This is for the folks online. We're having an IT issue. We will call the meeting to order before 9:15 to make sure that we can proceed, but we may have to call a recess at that time if IT has not been able to correct the problem. Thank you very much for your patience. Morning, ladies and gentlemen, committee members, administration staff, members of the public. Thank you for your patience. I'd like to call the meeting to order at 9:14 a.m. We are having IT issues, and that'll require me to call a motion for recess, unfortunately. Can I have a committee member move recess? Thank you, Councillor Findura. Any opposed? Thank you. So we'll recess. I think we can count on a recess of till 9:30. Why don't we say 9:30? We'll be back at 9:30 and we'll know where we're at that time. So thank you very much.
I'm gonna
This meeting's underway at 9:30 a.m. Good morning and welcome to the April 18th, 2024 Executive Committee meeting. We acknowledge that we are on traditional lands of Treaty 4 territory, a treaty signed by 35 nations across southern Saskatchewan and parts of Alberta and Manitoba, and the original lands of the Cree, Saulteaux, Dakota, Nakota, Lakota, and on the homeland of the Métis Nation. The City of Regina owes its strength and vibrancy to these lands and the diverse Indigenous peoples whose ancestors' footsteps have marked this territory, as well as the settlers from around the world who continue to be welcome here and call Regina home. Some committee members and city administration may be attending the meeting today through video conferencing, and I would like to remind them of the following. Please ensure that your video camera and microphone are turned off. If a member of committee wishes to speak, use the raised hand function to be placed into the speaking queue. When speaking, remember to unmute your microphone and enable your video camera, and all votes will be conducted with a recorded vote. Reports recommended for consideration by City Council will be considered at its meeting scheduled on April 24th, and the deadline to register as a delegation for the City Council meeting is 12 noon on Monday, April 22nd. I have one final announcement. As a pilot project today, we have an interpreter for the hearing impaired. That requires us, so that she can identify who's speaking, that we run things through the chair. I will try to acknowledge you by name, and if you can make your comments through the chair, that will help the interpreter. Thank you for your consideration for that. With that, I begin with, I'd ask for an approval for the public agenda at the call of the chair. Thank you very much, Councillor Bresciani. Is there anyone objecting? I declare that carried. Adoption of the minutes. Can I have someone move a motion to adopt the minutes of the public meeting held on March 27th, 24. Thank you, Mayor Masters. Any errors or omissions? Seeing none, I'll call the question. Any opposed? Motion carried. Thank you very much. We'll move first of all to consider EX 24-26. You'll note that that's slightly out of order, but we'll take motions that have to be dealt with at this meeting. So EX 24-26, Municipal School Board Election Report. Can I ask the City Clerk, Jim Nicol, to please introduce this report?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. The report before committee this morning outlines the recommended approach respecting the upcoming November 13th municipal and school board elections. Many of the requirements are long-standing in practice and yet require council confirmation, and these are outlined in the draft bylaw that are attached to the report. Those include the continued recommendation that candidates' occupations not be listed on the ballot form, the continued historical appointment of the city clerk as the returning officer, and including the deputy city clerk to act in my stead should I be unavailable, to declare the results of the election officially on November 14th, to continue with the order of candidates named on the ballots to be listed in alphabetical order, to retain the nomination period of 5 weeks prior to the election on November 13th, a process to undertake a by-election in the result, a very rare result I might add, of a tie vote, and to continue deposit requirements for all candidates to be established at $100. There is a separate bylaw that is not before you today, but I wanted to apprise you of it. The Regina Municipal Election Expenses Bylaw remains in effect, and it has been for a number of years. And this is one that is particularly important to those candidates seeking to run election. According to the bylaw, the spending limits are increased according to the Consumer Price Index. Based on the 2023 CPI, and we are still awaiting confirmation, but the spending limits for 2024 are as follows. With respect to running for the office of mayor, the expenses increased from $66,220 to approximately $73,859. And with respect to council or candidates, the expenses, allowable expenses run from $10,969 and are increased to $12,236. The Regina Public School Board has a policy for disclosure of election contribution and expenses. The separate school board does not require it. So that's just for your information, as the city runs the school board elections upon agreement with the school boards. So what is new and is before you today are the 2024 rates of remuneration for election officials and the request to prepare a new election bylaw which consolidates the current mail-in ballot bylaw and the automated vote counting bylaw. As previously approved by council, we are working with Elections Saskatchewan to create a voter registry, and this will be included in the newly drafted election bylaw, which will be presented to you pending today's confirmation at a future meeting. We have started, the election office is up and running, and every week we are adding new information to that. It is on the regina.ca website, /elections, and there has comprehensive information for the public, interested candidates, and the media. It's very extensive. We worked to a great extent in the 2020 election to improve the website. We got great feedback from both council candidates and the members of the public in terms of how informative it is. It has a host of information on who's eligible to vote, how do you become a candidate, et cetera, et cetera. So I would encourage members and members of the public to go on to the website if you're looking for information. The projected cost for running the 2024 elections is approximately $1.2 million. That remains unchanged from 2020. Part of that is because with the new voter registration, we anticipate that we will require fewer poll workers. So that's good. But we've kept the funding at a consistent level because, as you know, the provincial election precedes the municipal election by approximately 2 weeks. And as we found in 2020, there is extensive voter fatigue. And so we need the communications work to enhance people's understanding of the distinction between our election and that of the province. We have a seconded official from communications who works very closely with us to outline information that we need to share with the public. And we will also be running in May a concurrent communications plan with Elections Saskatchewan respecting the voter registry. So that is something that is new to us, and we've been working very closely with the Chief Electoral Office, Dr. Boda, on that. So that is, in a nutshell, is what is in this report. The only thing that I would flag for you that is potentially under your consideration, because it is your prerogative, is the requirement for a criminal records check for candidates to council. Both school boards require that, but it is in the Cities Act, or the Election Act provides all municipal councils with the discretion as to whether they wish to require a criminal records check for candidates for council. We have not done so in previous years. That is consistent with what other municipal jurisdictions across the province do. No one else requires it. It's our understanding, based on history, that part of the primary reason for that is that what is ultimately disclosed in a criminal records check may not be all that informative because there's only so much that a person is required to disclose based on what the record says. It may be so time-dated or stale-dated that it may be pejorative in the sense that it may have happened 30 years ago. So our position is, from the clerk's office, is that we continue with the practice of not including it, but that's not a recommendation. That is just an acknowledgement of that's where it's at, because it is your decision on that, and there would be, I would imagine, differences of opinion on that. So with that, Deputy Mayor, my staff is here, the Deputy Clerk, Ms. Gentili, the Elections Coordinator, and our legal team are here to answer any questions that you may have in this regard.
Thank you very much, Clerk. Can I ask a member of the committee to move the report, and that will open questions and discussions? Mayor Masters, thank you very much.
Thank you. Through the chair, Mr. Nicol, I wasn't here last time on council to understand that this gets reviewed. Is there a reason, like in terms of alphabetical order, why that's just not ingrained in the legislation? Needs a microphone.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you, Deputy Mayor, what has happened is that historically, council has had to look at this every year. Part of the objective of placing this all into an election bylaw is that we will standardize it, and it will be there in that way until such time as a previous council wants to change it. But the legislation provides council with the authority to determine, do you want to draw names from a hat? Do you want to have a computer-generated random list, or do you do it in alphabetical order? I think the long-standing practice across the country in all levels is that it's done in alphabetical order because that's just well understood.
Yep, makes good sense. Okay. And I thought maybe there was a typo in here. And you said it may not. It's the Regina Municipal Election Expenses Bylaw. It requires a consumer price index. It says annually, but this election happens every 4 years. So does it mean the compilation of the CPI over 4 years, or does it mean annually?
I'm going to let Ms. Gentile respond to that.
Ms. Gentile?
Thank you. Through you, Deputy Chair. We do the calculation each year once the CPI comes out, so it's an accumulative build-up.
Okay, so it is calculated annually, but it essentially takes into account the 4 years between elections.
That's right, yeah.
Okay, got it. And then in terms of Appendix A, the rates, how are these established?
Again, Deputy Mayor, I will ask Ms. Gentile to provide that background.
Ms. Gentile?
Thank you. Through you, Deputy Chair, the rates were reviewed back in 2015 to be more in line with other municipalities and jurisdictions across Canada, both provincially and municipally. So we established the rates at that time, and then they're increased with the general wage increase every election.
Okay, thanks. Just final question through the chair. In terms of the process for mail-in ballots, which is Appendix B, was there any feedback last election about any concerns with this process?
The clerk?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I'll start, and then I'll turn it over to Ms. Gentile. The biggest thing with the mail-in ballots in 2020, which of course coincided with the pandemic, is that typically in a typical election year, we would receive approximately 100 applications for a mail-in ballot. In 2020, it was closer to 6,000. And so there were some blips in that because the volume was a challenge to us. Now with the new voter registration, it may make it easier or more streamlined. But again, Ms. Gentile can provide much more detailed information on that.
Ms. Gentile?
Thank you. Through you, Deputy Chair. Mr. Nicol is right. The process was definitely a cumbersome process with everything being done so manually in 2020 and the volume of the ballots that we received. So we've moved to an online solution or an online application and management solution where we're able to accept all of the mail-in ballot applications online and we can review them within our solution, which should really streamline that process and make it a lot easier and quicker to deal with them.
Okay, awesome. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Councillor Stanichuk is online.
All right, I'm just touching on there. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So my first question through the chair is about the candidate deposit amount. The recommendation is that it remain at $100. Had there been any consideration for having a different and perhaps higher candidate deposit for those that are running for mayor? And do any other communities do this? Is there a differential between those that are running for mayor or councillor?
Mr. Clerk.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I'll start, and then I will refer to Ms. Gentili again. The $100 deposit, as my understanding is very long-standing, and that has been as much to ensure that we don't have frivolous applicants, et cetera. I'm not aware that there's been any discussion or consideration of any kind of tiered or increased deposit for, say, mayoralty candidates, but Ms. Gentili may have information on how other jurisdictions do that.
Ms. Gentili.
Thank you, through you, Deputy Chair. I'm not aware of any other jurisdictions charging more than the $100 for the deposit, and there's no change between mayor and other council candidates for the deposit.
Thank you very much. Councillor Stadnichuk.
Okay. My second question through the chair. The report does not address the number of electors required to sign a candidate's nomination. I'm assuming that's because it's in the legislation, but if you could just clarify that, please.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I'll just ask Ms. Gentili to provide an overview of the information that's on the website for potential candidates and prospective voters.
Ms. Gentili.
Thank you. Through you, Deputy Chair. There's a lot of information on regina.ca/elections for both candidates and voters. We don't speak to the number of electors required for the nomination form because that is done through the legislation, so the Act outlines that in regulations. So we don't outline it specifically in the report.
Councillor Stadnichuk.
Okay, thank you. And through the chair, I guess my last question is regarding if there is a tie vote. I don't know if that's ever happened in history. Have there ever been a consideration that one way to break the tie would be an arm wrestle?
What I can't, through you, Deputy Mayor, some jurisdictions have had tie votes. It's very rare. But I do know there's been a case or two in Canada where they have essentially put names in a hat and drawn it out. We would be looking perhaps to have a by-election. I'm not sure if drawing out of a hat might be very expedient and considerably less expense. But we've never encountered a tie vote, and the likelihood of one is very rare as well. But we have to plan for it.
Okay, thank you. That's it for me.
Thank you, Councillor Stadnichuk. Councillor Kidniak is online.
Thank you. In relation to the last question that was asked, when I look at page 8 of the report, it says administration does not recommend using a by-election to resolve a tie vote. And then it notes that candidates' names would be drawn to decide the successfully elected candidate. So my question was going to be, and I guess still is, why doesn't administration recommend a by-election, or perhaps there's an error in the report? Through the chair.
Thank you, Clerk.
That was my mistake, Councillor Zakidniak. By-elections are expensive. Historically, we had a public school board by-election perhaps 18 months, 2 months ago. I think the voter turnout was something like 0.7%. But there is expenses allotted to this. I mean, you can be looking at $50,000 expenses to perhaps attract 110 people voting. So, drawing out of a hat, for example, is that the best way democratically? I'm not sure. But I mean, you have to look at this, from a common sense perspective. Now, going on from that, you would have a by-election if there was ever a recount required. And again, so that's different. But a tie vote, again, we have to have a provision in there to state how we would deal with it. But it's extremely rare when you're having vote tallies of 8, 10, 12,000 per candidate.
Councillor
Sorry,
Kidniak.
thank you. For the sake of clarity, so the report is accurate then that the names would be drawn from a hat? Is that right?
Yes, that is correct, Councillor. What I was stating was that council has the discretion to require that any by-election would be done by a by-election. We're not recommending that primarily because of the cost involved.
I'm not, I feel, I understand that a tie is highly unlikely. I'm not sure that I agree that putting candidates' names in a hat is the best way to address a tie, but I'll give that some thought before this comes to council. Okay. And just also for the sake of clarity, in terms of returning the deposit to candidates, the city does require candidates to disclose their election, like their election expenses before the deposit is returned. Is that right?
That's correct, Councillor. And we've also had occasions where candidates have not filed within the prescribed timelines, and we will pursue that through legal action as required. People need to take it seriously that is a requirement of running, and we need to close the books off, as do they, and it provides an affirmation that everything is above board.
Okay. And in relation to criminal record checks, so the school boards require that, but you had stated, the clerk had stated that other, throughout Saskatchewan, there are, I believe what was stated is that other municipalities are not requiring criminal record checks in Saskatchewan. So that's my first question, just clarifying that. And secondly, what about other provinces? What's common practice in other provinces in Canada?
Clark?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. With respect to Saskatchewan, Councillor Zakidniak, from our discussions with the Saskatchewan Association of City Clerks, which is the larger cities, it is my understanding, basically, and we can confirm that, but I'm positive, no one requires this. Again, the provincial legislation provides council with the discretion to require it if they choose. I'm going to ask Ms. Gentili to share what she knows across other provincial jurisdictions, whether they require these. But again, for the record, the school boards require it along with the vulnerability check because they're obviously dealing with children.
Ms. Gentili?
Thank you. Through you, Deputy Chair. I don't have that answer in front of me right now with respect to other provinces across Canada as to whether or not they require a criminal record check. But I do know that within Saskatchewan, it's not being recommended for municipalities to recommend or to require the criminal record check from candidates
Thank you.
outside of the public and separate school boards.
Thank you. Councillor Zakidniak?
And voter registration prior to election day is only online. Is that accurate? And then if folks don't register online, then they can register in person on election day.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I will let Ms. Gentili elaborate on that, Councillor Zakidniak. But one of the things is because of the joint work we're doing with Elections Saskatchewan, and of course with their election being before ours, there will be a lot of voter information that we will have by virtue of that cooperation agreement. But again, for people who don't register online, there's always an option to still register and vote. But Ms. Gentili can provide some more detail on that.
Ms. Gentili?
Thank you. Through you, Deputy Chair. There is always the option to come and register to vote in person. We would never only require online registration, but they can register in person by phone, email. They can email us their registration form. So we'll have many options available for voters to register in any capacity. And they'll be able to register at the polls as well.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor Stevens?
Great. Thank you. I just want to confirm I'm reading this verification process for mail-in ballots. There was a concern last time that you had to get this gatekeeper signature to confirm who you were. Can you please make clear that that's no longer required and it's a simpler process as well as an online process?
Clerk?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Yes, it is simpler, more streamlined. Ms. Gentili, can you provide members with an outline of how things have been streamlined?
Yes,
Go ahead.
thank you. Through you, Deputy Chair. The process has been more streamlined due to some legislative amendments that were made by the Ministry of Government Relations. So we are not required to have that witness signature for the mail-in ballot applications. So we're able to take those online, and it's single signature with their ID requirements fulfilled. So it will be a much more streamlined, simple process.
Thank you. The voter registration, is it citywide or is it by ward?
Clerk?
I'll let Ms. Gentili.
Ms. Gentili?
Voters can register, I'm not sure what you mean by that, I'm sorry.
Would there be a Ward 1, 2, or 3 voter registration list?
Oh.
Or is it just generally who can vote, and then you would figure out when you get to the polling station if you're in the right place?
Well, we would register everyone and have them divided up by the polling area that they live in, and so then they're voting within their ward.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
I'm going to ask a what-if question. So the ward boundary changes are being subject to a judicial review on the grounds that a majority of council voted against the commission's recommendation. So what if, by chance, the ward boundaries that are going ahead don't? What happens?
Clerk?
Well, I'll try to answer the hypothetical with a potential hypothetical. First of all, the legislation, we believe that the ward boundaries are set, firm, and will not change. The Act very clearly says that the Commission sets the boundaries. It didn't say council has to approve them. It just says council receives them. So we feel very strongly. Having said that, we are proceeding based on the established wards from the Ward Boundary Commission, and will continue to operate as such time. I do go back to, I think it was perhaps 2016 or whatever, when my counterpart in Toronto had to deal with an uncertainty for up to about 4 weeks before the election.
Yeah.
We'll turn on a dime as we have to, depending on the court challenge, but we continue to believe that we're on solid ground, and it will be run on the board boundaries as determined last year.
Okay, thank you. Just from the voter standpoint, I know there's savings included in this report because of the absence of certain mail-out information. What am I going to receive anything in the mail? And maybe just clarify what I'm going to see that's different this time when I go open my mailbox.
The clerk?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I'll let Ms. Gentili elaborate on that. But as I mentioned earlier, one of the first communications initiatives that we're doing is an effort with Elections Saskatchewan to promote voter registration, et cetera, and then we'll have a lot of other things. But perhaps Ms. Gentili can assist, or Ms. Johnson, in the absence of our communications consultant, Ms. Navin, can elaborate on what we are doing in terms of communication tactics.
Ms. Gentili?
I'll let communications speak to the different tactics that we have put in place for this year.
Thank you,
Ms.
through the
Johnson?
chair. So specifically, to answer your question about in the mail, there will be printed inserts going out to our utility bill customers, and then posted online electronically for those who receive virtual billing information. You are correct, there's a savings by not mailing all of the items out. And then we are going to be doing throughout a variety of earned and paid media tactics, including news releases, social media posts, poster distributions, working with community organizations, etc.
Perfect. Thank you. That's all I got.
Thank you very much, Johnson. Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Nelson?
Sorry. Just a question regarding the disclosure of occupation on page 9. So I do believe, how would that work if it does, if we do have to disclose our occupation?
Thank you very much. Councillor Nelson to the clerk.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Just to be clear, Councillor Nelson, we are recommending that it not be included,
Right.
because it opens up a whole can of worms. It's very subjective. There's nothing stopping people on their own campaign literature saying that they're a molecular biologist or they're a doctor, a teacher, whatever. But to place that onus on my office to ascertain that that's accurate isn't, I don't believe, is appropriate. And it tends to skew things. I mean, the average person might say, wow, that person is held in higher esteem than someone who might be retired. And I'm not not
No,
being negative on anything. I'm just saying that it doesn't add anything, and I'm pretty confident in saying that I know that other jurisdictions, including federal and provincial, they just list the name, and in terms of provincial and federal, the party affiliation. This is meant to be fair, open, and transparent. And again, a candidate running can put whatever he or she wants in their campaign literature, because we don't police that. But in terms of the ballot, it is to be expected that it should be as neutral and as absolutely nonpartisan as possible.
Thank you for that. I just wanted to make sure that everyone knew why that was not on there, because I think that's very valid reasons why it should not be on there. So thank you, that's all I have.
Thank you very much, Councillor Nelson. Councillor Stanichuk, I see your hand raised.
Yes, just one more question about the, that I have for the, regarding the voter list. Could somebody explain who has access to the voter list once it has been established through the chair?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. There is a requirement that we release it, I believe, 31 days prior to the election. But I'll let Ms. Gentili explain how that works, in the sense that candidates have access to it, but they can review it. They don't get copies. They can't take it home or anything. But Ms. Gentili will address that.
Ms. Gentili?
Okay.
Thank you, through you, Deputy Chair. So we will be producing the voters list 31 days before the election, and that does get released publicly, but because we maintain an electronic voters list, it'll be available on a device at the election office to just kind of monitor those who are going through the list to ensure no copies of it are being taken. With respect to candidates, candidates can obtain by request a copy of the voter list for their area that they're running in.
Oh, okay. Thank you. That's what I wanted to know. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Stanichuk. Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor. I just have a question in regards to the expenses. In regards to accepting donations, how does this work for, if it's from organizations, if it be from unions, if it be from large companies, whoever? How does that work as to the transparency if those items actually come to council? Like, how does that work? Is there anything that's overlapped to ensure the general public that if there is a donation made to a councillor's campaign, that those individuals would have to then recuse themselves? Through the chair.
Clark.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I'm going to call on Ms. Odling to provide some comment here. What I can say is that the current contribution limits, if a candidate for councillor, anything over $200 that you receive in terms of a campaign contribution has to be made public in your disclosure after the election. For mayor, it's anything over 500, I believe. And so those, again, those are part of the disclosure statements that would be filed, I believe, 90 days after the election. I can't say with any certainty as to whether there is any requirement. I don't think Ms. Odling can correct me, but there is no prohibition on anybody donating anything. It's just a matter of that financial threshold. Once that is crossed, then that has to be made public. So if you get somebody donates $199 to a councillor campaign, it does not have to be publicly disclosed where that came from. 200 or 201, it then becomes a requirement. But Ms. Odling, do you have anything to add to that?
Through the chair, I don't actually have that bylaw right in front of me, so I guess I would encourage the members to review that as to the amounts. But yeah, it would be set up, whatever's in the amounts there, they'd have to be disclosed as part of that disclosure that has to be done. And in terms of your other question about voting at council, I mean, it would be the same conflicts of interest you have to be abiding by as the rules in the Cities Act. So if you, yeah.
Thank you very much, Ms. Odling. Councillor Bresciani?
That's all I have. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I see no further questions or discussion. That being ask the mover if she wishes to close debate. That being done, the debate is closed, and I'd ask the clerk to call a question, please.
Deputy Mayor, the motion has passed in a vote of 9-0, with all members present voting in favor. And for the record, Councillor Mancinelli and Councillor Moll are absent from the meeting at this time.
Thank you very much. We'll move on to the next item, EX 24-27, Regina Accessibility Plan. I'll call on the City Manager, Nikki Anderson, to introduce the report. She is helped with this by representatives from Happy City Consulting and Meaningful Access Consulting, and they'll be in attendance via Teams to make a PowerPoint presentation. We ready? Thank you very much. Ms. Anderson, you can go ahead.
Thank you, through the chair. Almost 1 in 3 residents in Regina lives with a disability. The City of Regina has the capacity to make a significant and tangible difference to the quality of life of those residents. We control policies, services, and facilities that, with the appropriate changes, would increase access to housing, transportation, education, medical services, recreation, and employment. Those are the goals of the report before you. We know what the barriers are. We have consulted extensively with the community, and we hear them loud and clear. Sidewalks, transit, facilities, our programs, and even our employment practices all need to change to increase accessibility. The work proposed in the report would make Regina a leader in addressing these needs. If approved, we may be the first municipality in the province to have an accessibility plan ahead of provincial requirements. This is an opportunity to lead by example and encourage other public and private entities to invest in accessibility. I also ask that this report be presented to Council a bit differently than what you've seen in other large strategic plans that we have brought forward. Rather than just presenting a compelling and aspirational plan, I also ask for detailed implementation plans with estimated costs. As City Manager, I want to move away from asking Council to approve plans, yet not give you any indication of what it will actually cost to implement it. So I want you to pay close attention to Appendix D, because that will help you prepare for the upcoming budget debates. So therefore, we are asking that Council approve the plan and our recommendations that we report back on the plan as a part of Budget 2025-26 deliberations. And again, that will give you the opportunity to weigh additional resources required to bring the plan to life against the many other priorities that you face. So we will now start with the presentation with Mitchell Reardon from Happy Cities and Marco Paskoff from Meaningful Access Consulting. Both agencies have demonstrated experience with similar projects of this scale, as well as diverse and qualified project team, including lived experience of disabilities. They have supported many other municipalities with the development of similar plans. And with that, I will turn it over to Mitchell and Marco.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mitchell and Marco.
Thanks very much, Amber and Council. We appreciate being here today. I just want to double check that Marco is here as well. I am going to just...
Mitchell, it appears we have you signed in twice and we're not sure whether Marco is signed in. If you can bear with me just a moment.
Thanks.
He's not, Mitchell, so you can go ahead.
Okay, thanks. I'm going to just send a message to him in the background. And if he's not able to join, that is all right. But I think it is much more compelling when Marco is here. But thank you so much for giving us the space to share this. It's been really wonderful to work with your really strong staff on this project and to deeply engage with the community. My name is Mitchell Reardon. Oh, sorry, I need to share my screen, don't I? I don't have the option to share my screen.
Please just bear with us a moment.
I now have that option, so thank you.
You may go ahead then,
Thank you.
and we can see it.
Great. Yeah, so my name is Mitchell Reardon. I'm Director of Urban Planning at Happy Cities, and together with my team, as well as Marco Pasqua, who's a universal accessibility and design consultant, and lived experience expert who was born with cerebral palsy and uses a wheelchair, as well as his team, which includes several people with invisible disabilities. We were brought in to work with the City of Regina and the community to develop the accessibility plan. Our firms are both based in Vancouver on the unceded territory of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh Nations. We have experience with accessibility plans in British Columbia, Alberta, Regina, Saskatchewan, and the Yukon. And I think what perhaps made us compelling as well is that we do a lot of work on street design, public space design, and otherwise, where accessibility was not a central requirement, but where we always work together because we think it's a critical thing to ensure that our spaces are inclusive for all. Last April, in April 2023, we began work with the city on the Regina Accessibility Plan. We started by developing a community engagement plan, conducting an environmental scan of relevant documents, policies, and previous reports that had been developed, conducted the first round of community engagement through June and into July 2023, drafted the accessibility plan through the summer into the early fall. Staff then conducted a second round of engagement later in the fall 2023, and subsequently the accessibility plan was finalized. And then in the last month, as the city manager has noted, or in the last couple of months, there's been more detailed work around budget and timelines for accomplishing these things. And we're here today to present the overview of the plan and respond to any questions to the executive committee.
Thank you very much, Mr. Reardon. The way this will proceed is if you're done your report, we'll hear from delegations, and then the delegations will be able to ask the administration or you any questions. The committee will be able to ask any questions you might have. I just want to confirm, Mitchell, are you finished with the PowerPoints that you wish to present?
No, I do have some more, if that's all right.
Yeah, go ahead, please.
Okay, thank you. So we reviewed an array of documents to help set up the plan, the adapted recreation plan for the city, as well as a consultant report, the age-friendly plan, a number of plans from outside Regina as well, Vancouver, Richmond, the Regina OCP, and more. And we use that to identify some key factors, such as noted, Regina has a higher percentage of individuals with a disability than the national average. Based on census data, it is about 1 in 4 who identify with having a disability. This is in addition to a fairly large seniors population, nearly 20%, and the fastest growing segment of the population in Canada. Not all seniors identify with having a disability, and not all do, but functionally in a lot of cases there are similarities in the needs that result. We identified a series of challenges that have come with this, such as barriers to employment, intersections within disability communities that need to be addressed, and the fact that a lot of human rights complaints to the Saskatchewan HRC are around accessibility. We also noted some of the steps the city had already taken, such as having accessible taxi for paratransit customers, the recently launched Recreation Inclusion and Support Service, and that there were a number of new policies that were coming, such as improving hiring and working conditions for people with disabilities, as well as accessible signage, community safety and well-being, and the forthcoming accessible playground standards for the city. We also use this to guide our direction in terms of how we would focus the plan and the areas that were important. Notably, this doesn't align perfectly with each department, and that was intentional, in part to ensure that there weren't any silos in how this was being conducted, but also to align with what we were seeing at the national level and provincial level in other provinces, and recognizing that Saskatchewan's plan was in development at the time. So what we identified as the key service delivery areas was the built environment, transportation, information and communications, employment, programs and services, and financial and procurement. Marco is saying that he's in the waiting room, so I don't know if the clerk could possibly check that.
The clerk has indicated that perhaps he's not in the right waiting room. We'll follow up on that. So maybe if you can go ahead while we're following up on that, that'd be helpful.
Yeah, certainly. Perhaps Shayna Stock, if you're on here, if you're able to resend Marco the link. For engagement, during phase 1, we conducted a number of steps. This included a partnership with the Regina Treaty Status Indian Service, RITSIS, to conduct engagement with their community members, as well as several pop-ups at their location. We did key actor scoping to ensure that we were reaching the right people. From there, we conducted a series of interviews. We had a digital survey that was open for nearly a month. We had focus groups, both in person and digital, as well as a series of community pop-ups at various locations that were well visited by people with disabilities. We had over 475 people participate directly in these activities, with over 200 survey responses, 160 plus pop-up attendees, and 80 plus focus group participants. During the second round, we returned to community members whose information we had, as well as sharing it publicly, and had online questions with feedback, focus groups, 2 presentation and feedback sessions, and information sharing on social media. The key things that we heard, as noted here, were, as noted by the clerk or the city manager as we started, were that roads and sidewalks, transportation, and the built environment were the top priorities. We heard a lot around snowfall. And these are just a couple of quotes that really helped to underline this. You know, for people like myself, the city is pretty much inaccessible from first snowfall until it all melts. And until the city starts clearing the sidewalks, they aren't serious about accessibility. This came up again and again. You know, sidewalk quality, very important as well as access to transit. When we heard what an accessible Regina means to folks, as we can see here, sidewalks, mobility, parks, public facilities, and safety really came through as key themes. And just to provide a quick highlight by service area of what we heard, you know, the poor sidewalk connectivity and maintenance was really a top issue. Need for more accessible washrooms, insufficient snow removal, and lack of sidewalk maintenance. So really a lot around sidewalks and snow removal. That there weren't enough employment opportunities for people with disabilities, which aligned with the environmental scan. That application and hiring processes were a barrier, and this included within the city, and the city has taken steps through the course of this project to improve that or address it. Limited adapted or inclusive recreation options, and this was something that the city has also begun to address, but looking to continue, as well as insufficient staff training. On the communication side, people noted an over-reliance on digital materials, and we've seen this in many jurisdictions where, especially during and post, and as we've emerged from the pandemic, you know, it became so easy for communications teams to rely on digital, and that works for many people, and you know, for some that was making it easier, but at the same time, particularly among seniors and older adults who may not be using technology in the same way, it meant that they were missing key information. So that was a keynote to have, to use more traditional or analog methods as well. And within the procurement realm, there was talk about a need for greater transparency as well as greater support for smaller disability-led organizations to come in and be able to support and take part in city processes, which also just fosters innovation within this realm. And with that, I'm going to pass it over to my colleague, Marco Pasqua. Hey, Marco.
Marco, go ahead.
Hey, Mitchell. Thank you so much, everyone, and apologies. I ended up using the old link, so I was sitting in a lobby somewhere for several minutes, so I apologize for the delay. So thank you so much, Mitchell. The key recommendations that we have as a part of our plan, we were really driven by what we saw within the city, and there's really some key areas that we want to look at. So you can see here in the built environment, there's an overall need to improve snow removal on city sidewalks and streets. And this consists of a number of different sub-strategies, including conducting a sidewalk plow pilot alongside current road snow clearings, implementing a new snow removal app to identify ways to integrate accessibility features and considerations, and things like ensuring that snow on sidewalks is cleared within 24 hours within the downtown region and core. And obviously we have more details throughout our plan. Next, it would be to improve sidewalks and other pedestrian infrastructure. So we imagine doing this by doing things like upgrading traffic signal locations annually from standard pedestrian activators to accessible pedestrian signals. Continuing your partnerships with organizations like the Canadian National Institute for the Blind. As I understand as somebody with lived experience, that having lived experience organizations who can support you with these strategies will mean that they feel like their voices are included, and also will ultimately help to streamline the process overall. Ensuring that your sidewalk design standards include pedestrian ramps on all corners, and ideas like creating and adopting a complete streets guideline. Under the category of transportation, improving transit accessibility overall. So fulfilling the Regina Transit Master Plan goals and implementing all the recommendations that are there. Reviewing the transit and paratransit disability awareness training that can be done to improve accordingly, and even things like braille signage at bus stops to ensure that it is optimal. We've seen in other cities that this has been actually highly successful. Another category under transportation, oh, go ahead, Mitchell.
I'll just note with Braille, so what was noted here was that some of the Braille signage, which was in place at bus stops, was not actually reflecting what was supposed to be communicated. I think this was about
Yes.
temperatures where... I'm going to leave it at that. Okay, back to you, Marco.
No, that's fair. That's fair. Improving accessible taxi services. And this is something that is seen at cities across the country as well. So things like improving and implementing proposed bylaws and updates for additional accessible licenses, because these are few and far between. Develop central scheduling and dispatch for all accessible taxi services. And developing and delivering a comprehensive disability awareness training for those drivers as well. Under the subject of communication, we recommend that you enhance communication regarding accessibility features and services. So this can be done in a number of ways. One of our key recommendations is to develop a strategy to communicate existing accessibility features that the city offers. And of course, sharing good news stories about what the city is doing. Oftentimes we have this reflex of wanting to only report on some of the things where we have room for improvement, but these good news stories reflects where the city is going as well. And then lastly, to improve the accessibility of the City of Regina's communications overall. So is there an accessible communication policy? We should develop that and develop a system for ensuring that all key communications are available in digital and non-digital formats. Under the subject of employment, improving staff competencies on accessibility and disability. So this can be done by identifying or developing appropriate disability awareness trainings yet again. Establishing an EDI and accessibility training that's mandatory, especially at the leadership level, because we know that if this is just an HR checkbox, it doesn't necessarily have as much impact. This has to be a top-down approach. Other areas including increasing recruitment and hiring of people with disabilities. So is there a way we can develop and implement an inclusive hiring strategy? And then, of course, reviewing job postings to ensure that they reflect true work requirements. And this is actually something that while I was in Regina, I actually worked and looked at some of your job postings with some of your key team members and gave some recommendations already on how those things can be improved. But you're doing really great in that regard. And improve programming for workplace accommodations. So exploring opportunities to remove barriers, flexibility in working hours, also working with other disability service organizations who may be able to help you with recommendations on workplace accommodations so that the onus doesn't lie strictly on the city by itself. For programs and services and financial, we have 3 buckets here. Improving accessibility of existing programs and services. Improving accessibility at city events, so things like reviewing accessibility offerings that the city offers at events, and of course integrating best practices that we're seeing across the country. And then lastly, removing barriers to accessing financial programs and services. So review the grant application process and the accessibility of those forms, and making accessibility upgrades eligible for home rental repair and revitalization programs. And I believe this is our last category under procurement, improving accessibility of the procurement process. So finalizing and implementing the sustainable procurement protocol, reviewing Indigenous procurement policies, and assessing where any strategies or approaches can be adopted in that policy that could be adopted, and then review the impact of the sustainable procurement protocol on accessibility, because that will tie in already to what you're doing in your existing programming for that. So with that, we just want to thank you so much for your time and attention. I know that we had only a little time to go over this, but we definitely made sure that our strategies were thorough throughout the overall plan in and of itself. So thanks, Mitchell.
Thank you very much, Mitchell and Marco. Would you please stay on the line? What happens now is we'll confirm with the city manager that her presentation is complete, following which we'll hear from delegations, and then there may be questions for either the city administration or for both of you. We appreciate your time. Thank you. So I understand from the city manager that her presentation is complete, so I'll call on the delegations. The first delegation is Jamie McKenzie. Would you please come forward? Thank you, Jamie. Could you please introduce yourself for the record, the organization whom you are representing, if applicable, and where you live? You have 5 minutes to address executive committee, after which, when delegations are done, or after which you will have an opportunity to answer any questions. Go ahead.
My name's Jamie McKenzie. I'm here representing myself, but I have a few questions. One of them, I was never told about this plan, so I was never talking to about this plan. So I don't know what you guys are talking about. I was never talked to about this plan. So I was never talking to about it. So I don't know where you guys are talking about a plan when you don't talk to the whole community. Who did you pick to choose to talk to? So that's what I mean. Who did you choose to talk to? Because I was never talked to about this. No one from the city, no one from administration ever contacted me and said, Jamie, do you want to talk to these people about it? So I don't know who you guys talk to, because coming here is an example. Why do we even have these push button lights? They don't change the lights. I'm legally blind. They don't change the lights. The traffic keep going. So why do we even have these push button lights? Coming here, I had to wait 2 minutes before the light changed. So why do we even have these push button lights?
So, Mr. McKenzie, we'll ask the administration that question when we when we finish with the delegations. But if you can proceed and have other information that you wish for us, we're anxious to hear it.
Yeah, so things like that. So, yeah, so I just wanted to know why. Yeah, it's a good plan, but you should have talked to a lot more. Who did you pick and choose who you talked to? Like, people like me didn't ever heard about the report, and we never were talking to about it. So it's like, it's hard for me to speak on something I never was talking to about. So thank you for listening.
Well, thank you very much for coming forward. We'll make sure that the administration is prepared to answer your question when they have a chance to speak again. Is there anything else?
No, I'm good.
Thank you very much. You may return to the gallery. We're going to wait for questions.
Oh, there might be a question for Jamie, though.
Oh,
I think there's a question for
Jamie, could you, if you just wait there for a moment, Councillor Nelson has a question that she would like to ask you. Go ahead, Councillor Nelson.
Thank you. Jamie, were you aware of the survey that was conducted, the online survey?
No.
To the chair? Okay. Okay, thank you. I just wanted to confirm that. Thank you, Jamie.
Thank you, Councillor Nelson. Thank you, Jamie. You may return to the gallery. We have Terry Sleva online. She's the next delegation. Terry, could you please identify yourself for the record, the organization, if any, that you're representing, and you'll have 5 minutes to make a presentation to the executive committee, following which there may be questions for you. Terry?
Thank you, Deputy Chair.
Go ahead, please.
Good morning. Thank you, Deputy Chair. Administration counselors. I'm Terry Sleva, a director with Barrier Free Saskatchewan, and I have lived experience. I am here to address this accessibility forum. Yes, I concur with the city's vision that people with disabilities and older adults disproportionately experience barriers when accessing and meeting the basic needs of civic life. Barrier Free Saskatchewan has provided 14 principles for the provincial act which you adhere to as the city. The act sets a timeline when a program is being implemented by the city, and only a year date or 5 years is given for completion. It's usually extended to the 12th of never. It's a snarky comment, but that seems to be the case. The act applies to all. Regina is to be commended for some of the housing projects for people with disabilities being completed. But many of the houseless people have disabilities, so don't they deserve a home? The act, number 3, the act sets the bar. For example, in housing, all new builds in Regina need to be standardized and should be wheelchair accessible in all aspects. It's far cheaper to include than it is to renovate for accommodation. Obviously, that holds true at Wascana Pool. The Act removes barriers, and I see you do have sign language and closed captioning, and I hope it's going to continue on a regular basis. Number 5, the Act champions barrier-free goods, services, and the facilities. Here's an example. Although Mosaic Stadium received gold certification from Rick Hampton, I have heard many complaints from people with vision issues that there is no wayfinding that was overlooked prior to gold certification. If someone with a vision issue was involved, that would have been noticed. Number 6, the Act promotes and enforces barrier-free workplaces and employment. Does the city have a representative workforce, which includes all people with all disabilities? I'm aware that they are few, but I think it's limited. Number 7, the Act charges government to lead, educate, train, inform, and review. No amount of research or decisions made by people without lived experience will suffice. Some of the subtle issues I've included are not all-inclusive and have been described as not glaring to people, so it looks as though the city is proactive. But people with disabilities really know the truth and have to constantly fight for equality to level the playing field. The remaining 7 principles. Number 8, the Act is enforceable. That goes without saying. The act is made real through regulations. There should be a mandatory screening in all publicly funded daycares, schools, health centers, and businesses. And it should be legislated and enforceable. Number 10, the act ensures that public monies do not create or perpetuate barriers. Number 11, the act is a lens through which to vet legislation. In other words, a disability lens needs to be always in place. The act sets policy is number 12. 13, the act has real force and real effect. 14, the act has one common definition for disability. Now, everyone suffers, or everyone has disabilities to a different degree. But in general, there is some limitation of some sort, and we need to address that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Sleva, for addressing Executive Committee. There may be questions from committee members for you. If you can just wait a moment. I see Councillor Bresciani has a question.
Sure.
Through you, Deputy Mayor. Thank you, Terry, for being here. I just want to ask, we've seen a transformational change, I would say, from even the last 4 years to even currently as to the city moving forward in regards to our accessibility plan and how we have moved forward. Would you agree that this accessibility plan is going to move things forward for us as a city? Through the chair.
Ms. Sleva?
Thank you. I sure hope so. Because it's been a long time coming. And I don't want to have to wait for the 12th of November.
Absolutely. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Councillor Bresciani. Councillor Nelson, I believe, has a question.
Thank you very much for presenting today and being that strong voice for people with disabilities. It's nice to see. Can you explain to me a little bit, because I know I did a lot of work and I'm going to be talking to administration about the mosaic parking. We talk about how the accessibility there and like I said, I'll talk to administration about it and the work that I did with it. Can you explain to me, or have you been to a Rider game, or have you been to there any within the last couple of years to see what it's like? Can you give me a description of what happened to you and experiences that you had when you went there to park and to go inside? Through the chair.
Go ahead, Terry.
No, I haven't. This is all secondhand information to me.
Oh, okay, then, okay, that's fine. Sorry, Tara, I just assumed that you had some experience with the transportation and that's why you were speaking on it. But if you're speaking from other people, that's fine too. Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, yeah, that's all I have.
Thank you very much, Councillor Nelson. Are there any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for coming forward, Ms. Sleva. I ask that you return to your gallery, or if you wish, you may disconnect from the meeting. Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
We'll now move to the next presentation. Dylan Moran, please come forward. Good morning.
Good morning, and to members of the committee. First off, I want to thank you for the accessibility.
Can I just interrupt you for the record? I know who you are, but can you identify yourself and your 5 minutes for your presentation?
Thank you so much. My name is Dylan Moran, and I am part of the Accessibility Advisory Committee. I'm also a travel trainer, so I teach individuals that experience disability through the City of Regina and Creative Options Regina travel training program. I also want to talk about transportation, city transportation. We've done some good work, but I believe we have some work to go. The people that I have talked to and parents that experience an intellectual, the people of parents and caregivers that I've talked to that experience intellectual disability, when it comes to city transit, there's a lot of fear that that they may not do well, that there's a need for an attendant to go on the city bus. And I believe there's room for improvement with education. And what comes to my mind is the Leader Companion program. I would like to see expand to taking, if paratransit is not available and taxi trips are not available, to go with that individual, mostly that experience intellectual disability, on the city bus to see if they can prove themselves that they can ride the city bus. I think that needs to happen with education. Knowing that the city buses are safe. Yes, there are individuals with cognitive disabilities that cannot ride the city bus. I know paratransit is overwhelmed. I think with this education and training and reassurance that the city bus is safe, I think we might see a variety of individuals more that experience intellectual disability that would ride the bus. Employment. I do want to touch on the employment program. I know working with Miss Tama Teb, about the employment program, I feel it's a very good start. I feel some engagements needs to be in with the public and Catholic school system, with the functionally integrated programs and senior FIAP teachers. I feel that there's enough work that needs to be done. I feel that there more needs to be done to try and convince parents with individuals with cognitive disabilities, to convince them that there needs to be improved safety. The main concern I hear is about safety and about people being taken advantage of. I want to find a solution to break down that barrier. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There may be questions for you from committee members. I see Councilor Bresciani. I can't tell right from left. Sorry.
No worries. Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor, and thank you, Dylan, for being here and being an advocate and being part of the Accessibility Committee. Your voice has been very, very important there. I want to just, you talked a little bit about the training program. Would you like to see that this program would go into organizations that work with people with different abilities?
Yes.
And promote it and give them an opportunity to go in and try it for a day or two at different organizations just to expose it through the chair?
Yes. I do feel that there's that fear from parents. I want to find out what parents would need to see changed before letting their loved one with an intellectual or cognitive disability ride the city bus, because I know hearing that paratransit is hard to book. And if you don't have a taxi, you're not offered a taxi trip, you don't go out. You stay at home unless you have an alternative motive of transportation. Also, I would like to see generally a flat rate for taxis, the cost of a bus for somebody with a physical or intellectual disability.
Okay, thank you for that. You talked about recruitment and
For employment?
for employment.
Yes.
And that was also, we raised and we had a great conversation around, at the Accessibility Committee.
Yes,
brought
we
in
have.
staff.
Yeah.
Are you asking that you'd like to see that jobs could be carved out here at the City of Regina for someone that does maybe have an intellectual disability?
Yes.
That there could be support from
Yes.
other organizations?
Yes.
And
I would also like to see all the special ed programs in both divisions and potentially reaching out to Prairie Valley for consultation.
Thank you. Do you see other organizations, big corporations doing the thing that I just asked about, having individuals work at a large firm or small firm?
I see that with the 4 to 40 program.
And which are some of the, do you know some of the organizations that do that hiring through the chair?
Like the organizations means community-based or businesses?
Businesses?
The U of R is beginning to expand on their hiring. FCC, the City of Regina Transit Department, which Lynette Griffin is, that was the brainchild of the Lynette was the brainchild of the travel training program, as you might all know. And FCC, Dutch Industries, Juliana Pizza, Farm Credit Canada, Dutch Industries, SaskTel, the Autism Resource Center, Help Homes of Regina has implemented a new supported employment program, which I'd like to give that contact information to. Claire Parker Homes, Chippendale, I know recently had a partnership with Suds Car Wash. There's an individual that experiences an intellectual disability that goes once or twice a week, and he loves it.
Thank you so much. That's all I have.
Thank you very much, Councillor Bresciani. Councillor Nelson has questions.
I think I know the answer, but I'm not positive, Dylan. Have you worked for the City of Regina through the chair? Have you been employed by the City of Regina?
Well, technically, no. I know with the travel training program, that funding the money is sent to Creative Options Regina from the transit department, and I get payment through CORE.
Oh, okay, sorry, Dylan. I just assumed that you'd worked for the city. Have you ever thought to apply at the city through the chair?
Yes, I would like to help the HR department with the new incentive.
Thank you
Okay, yeah.
Thank you very much, Councillor Nelson. Councillor Findera, are you finished your questions?
Yes, sir.
Councillor Findera.
Thank you. Good morning, Dylan.
Good morning.
I believe you missed one place. I do see you at
Ukrainian Co-op, yes. That's why I work.
Your favorite. I just have to say that. What's your experience like? We were talking about businesses and large corporations, small local business. What's your experience like, and how did you? Let's say, how did you get the job? How did you approach just the experience?
Not
please?
very much. My employer has been really kind. I'm actually supposed to be working at Ukrainian Co-op right now, but my general manager, Karen Rogers, has been incredibly kind. I'm going to use the example of bus training. She thinks the bus training program is very important, and she sees that as more of a priority than working at Ukrainian Co-op.
Okay. And not to have a joke, but I didn't want to throw you under the bus about you not allowed to work there. But so
yes.
what your comment was, what I'm understanding is that training, transit, connection from like yourself,
yes.
for the folks to reach out to a company or a job.
Yes.
That's one of the most important parts
Yeah.
about the transit. Is that what you say?
Yes.
Okay. Dylan, thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Findera. I see no further questions from the committee. Dylan, you may return to the gallery. Thank you very much.
Could I add a little something before I put through the chart, before I and off. This will be like 1 to 2 minutes max.
You got 1 minute.
Okay, I would also like to see City Council and administration push the provincial government to have a provincial bus service. It does not have to be as fancy as STC, just for people with disabilities to go for more freedom. I was trying to get into the benefit session at the SIMBA convention. I was unsuccessful.
Thank you very much, Dylan.
Any questions?
You may return to the gallery. And we'll hear from the next delegation, the final delegation, Sarah Turnbull. Please come forward. Sarah, you can please identify yourself and any organization that you represent, if any, and you have 5 minutes.
Okay, does my identification count in my 5 minutes? Or is it separate?
I'll give you 5 minutes and 30 seconds. How's that?
Okay, okay. Well, it's either I'm Sarah and then I go into a, okay, okay, so I'm Sarah Turnbull. I am a mother of a 5-year-old wheelchair user, as well as I have aging parents, and I'm an advocate for many things to do with accessibility. Professionally, I am a registered interior designer and project manager, and I work in capital planning for the Saskatchewan Health Authority.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Are you going to start the timer on? Okay. My main purpose is in support. I appreciate the work done to remove barriers and be leaders, and I want to show up and do happy dances when things are well done. So efforts to improve accessibility have been happening, and it has been noticed. When I show up with an issue, the city has always been reactive and understanding. In particular, we are appreciative of the increase of the amount of accessible and inclusive playgrounds. In fact, the plan shows parks as a top priority in the built environment at 47%. I'm happy to speak more about the great things, but I do have some notes, which may be things I missed or misunderstood, so please clarify if needed. This plan does a lot with a little budget, utilizing new policies, and I find that very impressive. I do want to advocate for more funds to support these goals. With almost 30% of the population having a disability, it should be a budget priority. Procurement, which is 4.6. This would be a huge step for change. I don't see an action to include specifications asking for accessibility standards to be met in the procurement of infrastructure or services needs. Also in the plan, it says the city cannot affect areas of private jurisdiction, but I feel that it can. Policy can be in place for permitting requirements, asking for accessibility standards to be met as a bylaw to be checked. This is similar to bylaws that determine height of buildings. If we can legislate the view to the park, we can make bylaws that affect human rights. Wherever funding is requested, such as events, the city can ask for to meet accessibility requirements before giving those funds. An example would be ensuring all mosaic pavilions are accessible and paratransit is equally provided for when ordinary transit is asked for events. For frost, making sure snow is cleared in all the pathways. These are some examples. The city could enforce accessible standards to all new playgrounds, including commercial playgrounds, with a bylaw and inspection aligned with the safety checks when they look at those. Offense and affordability, I wanted to ask if AccessNow with Easter Seals program, if it's been explored and considered, because that would help a lot with the cost and our families. Events and centers, I wanted to, didn't notice anything about having sensory aware times to our events and to our centers, including spaces for decompression or feeding or even breakout rooms. Tickets are super important for accessibility to include the whole family. I'm going to use myself as an example. I am a single mom. I have a 5-year-old who has a wheelchair, and I have a 2-year-old. So guess what happens if I'm given one support person for my wheelchair daughter who's 5? My 2-year-old has to go sit by themselves somewhere in the stadium. So these things have to be considered. Snow and sidewalks. Sometimes I find the issue isn't that the sidewalk hasn't been plowed, it's that the plowing has moved the snow into the accessible pathway. That's our most often thing, is that the snowplow has taken from the road and put it right in the accessible pathway. And that happens a lot in the parks in particular. The snow ends up on the ramp. And that's more of a coordination issue than a money issue. Snow angels, again, personal experience, not available to us. I did talk to the city, who referred me to the community association, which is the Arcola Community Association. They had opted not to do the program, and there were some annoyances that I had called. I would like to be interested in how that could be available to the whole city. I am in that gap where I would be penalized for not shoveling my driveway and sidewalk. And again, single mom, 5-year-old with a wheelchair and a 2-year-old who has to go shovel everything or get penalized, and I cannot get help with the stuff. Emergency egress was mentioned. That's 4.5. Sorry, I haven't been seeing the numbers. I have them written down though. I see system upgrades for emergencies, but I'm wondering if that includes egress plans and equipment for those with mobility devices, such as stairs, trapped in buildings in case of emergency. There are simple solutions you can buy to put on the top of the stairs, which will help bring down people who would ordinarily be trapped in mobility devices. I read in 16.2, house benefit to renters. I have a big question. What about homeowners? Are there only incentives to if you're renting out your home? What if you own the home? Does that not apply to me? I did notice some major stakeholders missing from the groups consulted, and I wondered why. And maybe they decided these major group stakeholders, which I did not see listed, include Sask Abilities.
Sarah, your time has expired. Can you wrap up your comments?
Sure. Accessibility, you can ask me that. The demographic interest info wasn't listed for the types of disabilities consulted, and that's similar to the proportions of representation of the disability category for the Accessibility Committee, and I am interested in what those are and how they relate to the proportion numbers. And I do have one objection and concern. On page 101, there is a bias that states that significant priority is placed on addressing mobility barriers over vision loss. This is a statement which could lead to misconception and contempt. This is an example of the attitude barrier, which is something we are trying to remove. This bias from within needs to be addressed as we move forward, as we need to be into this together and not against each other. We need to respect each other's needs and support them.
Thank you very much, Sarah. There may be questions for you from the committee. Councillor Nelson.
Thanks, Sarah. Actually, can you elaborate on the people that weren't involved in the
Yes. Thank you for asking me that. Yeah, so I don't know why, because I wasn't part of this, but Abilities Saskatchewan, spinal cord injuries, wheelchair sports, Camp Easter Seal, Sask Sports, Special Olympics, Wisconsin Rehab, Children's Therapies, and Hope's Home, which are all really strong leaders. I noted that they are mostly in the areas of mobility issues, sports, and children's programs. I don't know why they weren't, maybe it was their choice, but it was noted that those were things. And then along with those notes, the stats in Saskatchewan are listed as 64.8 mobility, 39.6 flexibility, 38.9 mental health, and so forth. And physical barriers, attitude barriers, and system barriers are being the top 3 concerns. And I just wanted to know, for the purposes of this report, what of the proportions of those disabilities were represented within that. So they had gender and they had income level, but I did not say how many people with mobility, like didn't relate back to which disabilities were consulted in that demographics. And the further question is, how does that relate to the Accessibility Committee? What demographics are represented there? There is more recommendations within the report to involve the accessibility more and ask for more recommendations, and it relies very heavily on the Accessibility Committee, but at no point does it recommend who should be on the Accessibility Committee and should that represent proportions of disabilities within our community. So if the disabilities are at 64.8 mobility, is that similar to what's being represented in the Accessibility Committee or who are the interests, who is this serving? And I do have some concerns about that. I think that's probably my biggest concern with the report. Like, I have a lot of good things to say, so please, someone ask me about the good stuff eventually. But I think my biggest concern is who is this representing, and who are we asking the questions to, and who are we going to ask them? Is it actually representative of the whole community?
Thank you very much. Councillor Nelson, are you finished?
No.
And we have a legislative break.
Oh.
We'll come back at 11:15 and you may continue.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Sarah. You may come back at 11:15.
to people in the community about it and about expanding it. And I do know on it, but it's up to the Snow Angels program or not to be involved in the Snow Angels program. Were you aware of that, and did you have a conversation with the Arcola Community Program about that, or how that worked through the chair? No.
Oh,
there.
Hello? Can you hear me
Yeah.
now?
Got-
Yeah, it actually took me quite some time to even call about the Snow Angels program because of ego and pride. But when I did, I first called the city of Regina because I knew about it, and there's lovely billboards all over the place asking you to be a volunteer. So I did call the city of Regina and I said, listen, here's the situation. We're really struggling. I do believe we are actually the person this is made for, our family. Like, I may be strong and able-bodied, but like, so, and they were like, oh no, you have to contact your community association. This is where you live. Oh, we're not sure if they have that program, not registered, but you can try it and contact them. So I did contact them. I emailed them and I called them. They were quite frustrated because they had been getting calls from other people about the Snow Angels program and they are not participating in it. And they basically said to tell the city to stop telling people to call them. So they weren't nice enough and said they weren't participating in the program and maybe they could see if there's someone who just help out the goodness of their heart or something like that. But ultimately, that was a dead end, and eventually I swallowed my pride a little bit more and just went on social media and said, can anyone help me? And then you find some friendly neighbors.
Yeah, and I would like to expand on that because I know I've had people in my ward, in Ward 7, that have called me because they didn't have any shovel, and I've gone up and I shoveled their sidewalks for them. But it's not, what I'm trying to get is, it's the city has put the program forward. It's the community centers that have to adapt to it. Now, I know with some community centers, there's a problem with volunteers, so on and so forth. So addressing that, since you've utilized it, is this something that you feel that the city should maybe take more of a lead in it instead of putting it into the community centers, is where I was going with that through the chair.
Well, I would love to use it, but I can't use it because it's not available to me. So you can't put it out there as a program available to citizens, especially with the penalties. In fact, I would say you cannot have that penalty in neighborhoods where you don't have the Snow Angel things. That would be my opinion, actually. If you don't have the Snow Angel support or community association or that funding, I don't think you can do that penalty. Because I'm that gap. It's outlined in the report. It was reported by other people too. I'm that gap where we don't have this program that's supposed to help us out, and we don't have the abilities to deal with it, and so that's the gap. So if the solution to the penalty, or I don't know, I haven't gotten a penalty. If I did get a penalty, I would probably raise up my hand and say this is why or whatever, but I haven't gotten one. So I don't know how that would work, but it is that catch-22. How is this a city program if it's not actually representing the city? It's a community program.
Now, I'm going to clarify this with administration, but I know when administration, we talked about this before, administration is into the agreement. If there's somebody in the household and there's no way for anybody in that household to clear that sidewalk, and the community center is not involved, that they will assess the situation and go out and clean the sidewalk themselves.
That was not given as an option.
Okay.
So when I talked to the city, they said it was the community association and absolutely not the city.
Okay,
So I
I'm
did
just going to clarify that with administration, but that's what we talked about before. So I have no more further questions. I just wanted to see what your opinion was on something.
I guess I don't know what that app means, but there is an app solution for snow removal on the accessibility plan. And if someone knows what that app would be. Like maybe there's a spot on the app where I could ask for help and it's someone from the city. I don't know. I just don't know what that app involves, but there is acknowledgement of a development of an app.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your presentation. You may return to the gallery. Oh, Councilor Bresciani, you have questions?
Very much, Deputy Mayor. Sarah, thanks for being here. In regards to the Arcola East, did they indicate to you that they did not go into the program because they cannot get volunteers to come forward? Through the chair.
No, they didn't, but I did notice in that area of town, there are quite a few billboards asking for volunteers. That's what made me think of the program.
Through the chair, did they, when you spoke with Arcola East, they are all volunteers, did they indicate that they did not go into the program because they were in fear that they could not be able to have people be part of that program and people would be asking like yourself but could not commit to that? Was that a fear that the Arcola East shared with you through the chair?
It might have been a fear, and that would be a legitimate fear. I don't know if they shared it with me specifically, and I didn't question them too much on it. I was kind of accepting of the thing. I didn't interrogate them, but I was told that they don't have the program and that they don't have the volunteers, and they did seem very frustrated, but that very well could be their motivation, and that would make sense to me, and that would also make sense why there is ads in my area looking for volunteers. It's probably a response to that.
Thank you. In regards to the Snow Angels, are you suggesting that it should be across the whole city in maybe a different manner, so every association can participate? Is that what you're asking through the chair?
Yeah, so and again, I don't know what this app entails, but when I read app and snow removal, my first thought was, oh great, maybe this can be, someone could put up a request on this app and someone can come from anywhere, and maybe it'd be more of a city-wide help request. But I have no knowledge what that referenced on the report. That's just what I read, and that was just the idea that popped into my head. So maybe that could be something, or maybe there are other things to look at it, or like I said, there should be no penalties in that area, or maybe there is, like if I did get a penalty, I could come and say, hey, this is why it happened. I don't know. I haven't been through that process. But.
Yeah, that's fine. Thank you very much. That's all I have.
Thank you very much. I now see no further questions from the committee. Ms. Turnbull, you can return to the gallery. Thank you for your presentation. That completes our presentations from delegations. Could I have someone move the report? Thank you, Councilor Bresciani. And you may ask questions and discuss following your moving.
Thank you very much. So I would like to just first off start off with a thank you to the staff that have worked on this plan. This was a couple years ago when we brought it forward at a committee and asked for, and it actually was a directive from the Accessibility Committee, that they really, I know Saskatoon also and many other cities have a corporate accessibility plan. So I just want to start off with that. The staff have done an amazing job, and I think this is the foundation, if I can use that word, of how we move forward. Before it was very piecemeal. Something would come back from the committee and then we would look at it. I think this starts a foundation for us moving forward. So I want to just first of all say thank you to all the staff who've worked on this. One of the questions that I do have, and we've heard it and it's in the report, it's nothing about us without us. And engagement was key. We heard from one of the delegations that some may have not been engaged. Can you just ask me how the engagement was done within this, for this plan? Through the chair.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair, I am going to pass it to the consultants in a moment because they did the majority of the work. A couple things that I'll say before I pass it over is that, from my perspective, engagement does not stop with the acceptance of this report. As Councillor Bresciani said, it really is a kind of a foundational document, and it also tries to clearly articulate prioritization and choices that council will have to make as far as financial resources. So for example, budget deliberations will be another engagement opportunity for residents to come and express their perspectives on investment in making our city more accessible. I would like to say to the first delegate that I do believe that the consultants did reach out for a meeting and an interview, and that it didn't come to fruition. What I would also like to say is that administration is incredibly grateful for the advocacy work and the perspective of that delegate. So my promise to him is that we will reach out within the next week and make sure that you feel included in the process, and your perspective is incredibly valued. I would also say, in response to some of the concerns around from Sarah about some of the larger groups around the disability community perhaps not being involved in engagement, we do have, I'm probably getting the verbiage wrong, but some sort of a sector committee. And there is representation from all of those committees in that group, so they have also been consulted in that. So with that, I would like to pass it over to the consultants for any additional remarks or comments that you would like to make.
Yeah, thank you for the question. So we sought to reach people in the ways that best met their needs and comfort. So this included both digital sessions at different times of day and different days of the week. This also included in-person focus groups that were located at a number of locations throughout Regina. This also included dedicated engagement with Indigenous communities. And while we were in person, we added an additional pop-up at the Nest shelter at the invitation of a participant at a different pop-up, because we were looking to reach as many different people who were going to be impacted by the plan as possible. To set up the engagement, we did an actor scoping activity together with the city that provided us with an initial list of, I think, about 80 key organizations and actors to reach out to. Through initial outreach with some of these organizations, that list increased to a total of 137. So each of these organizations received an email invitation outlining the ways to participate. So the digital survey, digital focus groups, in-person survey, and the 5 pop-up. Well, 4 pop-ups were advertised. The 5th was made a decision on 12 hours notice. So emails were sent to each of these organizations. We also, and thanks to the city and in best practice alignment, we're offering $75 honoraria for participation in the focus groups, both digital and in person, and or a monthly or 1 month recreation pass. So all these organizations received the invites. In numerous cases, especially with the larger organizations, this was going to the info account. So there is the possibility that it was overlooked. This engagement also took place at a similar time, not exactly the same, but within, say, 6 months of the Saskatchewan government also conducting engagement for the provincial plan. And I'll leave some space for Marco at the end, but we're also sensitive to the fact that there's been a lot of engagement with disability community in Canada in general, and including in Regina over the last few years, with the Accessible Canada Act coming into place in 2019, now provincial acts following that and municipal acts following that, in addition to large public organizations also putting plans in. So this is where including the honoraria was really important, but also recognizing that there were a lot of similarities between the levels of, or the lines of inquiry within these 3 areas. Of course, getting more granular for Regina. So those were the activities that took place during round 1. And when key actors were identified who couldn't attend those sessions, we reached out to do interviews, which is how we conducted the 12 interviews. And I checked my notes prior or while Jamie Mackenzie was speaking, and we're really sorry we didn't get a chance to connect with you, Jamie. It seems that staff had reached out, or staff had checked and confirmed interest, and there was interest. And then our team followed up by phone, which was identified as the preferred method for follow-up. And after 2 phone calls, we didn't connect and left it at that. So we sought to reach people in the best ways we could, while also recognizing the limited budget for this work and how important it is for budget to be dedicated to making the improvements necessary.
Thank
I don't know if there's anything you want to add, Marco.
Yeah, I just wanted to echo what Mitchell just said. And as somebody with lived experience myself, not only an accessibility professional, but somebody born with cerebral palsy, I recognized when we were building out this engagement strategy how important it was for us to reach out to individuals with lived experience, because I've been on the other side of the equation where I didn't feel like my voice was adequately heard. But I'm also cognizant of the fact that many Canadians with disabilities are experiencing engagement fatigue at this point when it comes to accessibility plans. And we really want to make sure that we're providing the best environments possible for those Canadians to feel represented and heard. And so given that, and given all of the strategies that we put forward, I know that myself, as well as the team at Happy Cities, we feel like we put our best foot forward, but we definitely want to recognize individuals like Jamie and anyone else who wants to feel that their voice should continually be heard. As you've heard mentioned many times this morning, this is not the end of that engagement process. I really feel as though this needs to be a continual process that goes on far and beyond our involvement in this, and that includes that through the representation of the city representatives. But I can tell you firsthand, as somebody with a disability myself, that I feel the commitment coming from the city, from the councillors, and from many people involved, that we do want to action these items, and we want to make sure that individuals, families, and their loved ones feel represented and included in the community of Regina. So for me, it was an amazing process and experience, and I want to applaud all the efforts that have been made thus far.
Thank you very
Councillor
much.
Bresciani.
Thank you very much for that, and I appreciate that, and I also say thank you to the delegations that came and spoke today, because that's how we seek change. So in regards to the winters, transportation, sidewalks, we are a winter city. Snow Angels is just a piece of that, but do we see that there could be some changes to the holistic city? I know that I have inquired many times on behalf of I'll use the example which we heard today, Arcola East. If they can't find volunteers, that kind of thing, are there any other solutions where I think it's $5,000 or $10,000 could actually go to the association so they can actually pay individuals to go out and shovel with an honorarium? Because I know right now that money just goes to administration, which I've kind of disagreed with. I actually want it to go to, if they can't get volunteers, at least they could maybe pay them a little something to advertise that. I've gone out and got volunteers myself, done it myself, but what is the solution to what we heard is, from the delegation through the chair?
To the administration.
Mr. Dewall?
I could start and then. Thank you through the chair. So one of the actions within the plan is to review the Snow Angels Community Grant Program and to make a plan to supplement. We're aware that it's not enough as it stands. Organizations currently can provide honorariums to volunteers as part of their budgets. That's an allowable expense. So there are some that are paying volunteers an honorarium to shovel.
Okay.
And we are currently working on a plan to expand Snow Angels, the community grant program, and also looking at some other opportunities to supplement it, because we know that community organizations and volunteers can only do so much. It's never going to be a citywide solution in and of itself, and so we are already that work is already underway to see what we can do to supplement the grant program and cover some of those areas that are not currently covered. And one measure that's already been piloted in this past winter season is the exemptions that are happening through bylaw. So I don't know if Eric wants to speak a little further to that. And there's also been some efforts already starting under the snow removal team under roadways. So you can pass it on.
Thank you very much. Go ahead.
Thanks. Through the chair. So in the fall of last year, bylaw enforcement in support of the Snow Angels program set up a process for sidewalk exemptions. And so the way that this would work is if an individual was for any reason unable to clear the sidewalk from their, or clear the snow from their sidewalk, sorry, and needed support due to living with a disability or due to age, they could get in touch with bylaw. So you can do that through the 777-7000 number and make a request to speak to bylaw. At that point, a bylaw officer will come out to the location and review the sidewalk situation and provide the resident with a form. We'll also help fill out the form. One of the pieces that we have learned through this winter is that the nature of disability is far-ranging, and so sometimes even filling out a form can be a barrier to that access. So we've talked to our enforcement officers about how to support that properly and make sure that the resident is getting the support that they need. So they would fill out that form. That actually comes to myself or the person sitting in my chair. Hopefully it's me for a little bit. And we would then review that and provide an exemption. And then from there, what actually happens is we do hire a contractor to come out and clear that snow for that resident in that situation.
Thank you very much.
Councilor Bresciani?
Thank you very much. So just, I only have two more questions and I'll let others ask. In regards to the recruitment and hiring, I've attended many events where we've got many other corporations doing a wonderful job of hiring and recruiting individuals with disabilities, but also with cognitive disabilities where they would need supports. Can I ask, what would be the earmark? Like, how do we decide, you know, how many people we would hire, or how do we get that going? And I think, you know, because we've been talking about it for a while, it started accessibility. How does that work? Because I think that's another piece of the foundation of hiring people with different abilities. So of course we can put things in place here for them to have a job. So can I just ask, and I guess the other question to that is, do we feel that we would need an EDI specialist for recruitment? Because I understand it's a very small staff currently, and we have how many employees here at the City of Regina, and do we even think about focusing on the equity, diversity, and inclusion for hiring?
So the administration. Go ahead, Tamara.
Thank you. Through the chair, thank you, Councilor Roshani. So that's kind of a loaded question.
Yes.
So in the plan, we talk about an inclusive hiring strategy. And within that, there are a number of items, some of which we've maybe already started, some of which we can continue to tailor and move forward.
Yeah.
So in the inclusive hiring plan, there will be things like accessible job opportunities, an accessible application process, dedicated resourcing, creating some diverse talent pools within our recruitment strategies, doing some short listing, making sure that the diversity representation of our candidate pools are recognized. There will also be supports on individuals who might declare that they need an accommodation through the process.
I'm going to ask, and this is a request of everyone, that you speak right up and you speak into the microphone, because we need everybody to be able to hear.
Sure. Can you hear me okay? Okay. I lost my train of thought here. So in the inclusive plan, there's a number of action items to identify diverse candidates, work through a talent pool, make sure that we have those relationships with community partners, and certainly a resource for equity, diversity, and inclusion within our talent acquisition operation has been discussed. Further development and approvals and what that might look like would have to be decided.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
To administration, so is that something that would be considered as we move forward in this plan, that there could be half-time or full-time? Is that something that you're saying would come through with the budget ask after all of the development is discussed here? Is that how the process works through the chair?
To the administration? Tamara?
Yes, it would. It would be a business case.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
And in regards to the transportation, where we know Mr. Morin does do working with the travel training program, is it something that we do see a lot of people, that there's a high demand for paratransit and sometimes are turned away? So is there an opportunity where we could create some type of a smaller position or a partnership with other organizations where we actually go out and work with those individuals to go in for a half a day ride the bus, having it all being free so they can actually try these, because we've got many organizations here that would probably try that. It just has to be something that could be set up. Is that something that could be looked at through the chair?
To the administration? Sure. Is it Mr. Duval who's going to take it?
Mr. Luning.
Mr. Luning, go ahead.
Through the chair.
And I'm going to say, the reason we're stressing names is so that the interpreter can interpret. So go ahead, Mr. Luning.
Through the chair, the training program is part of our Regina Transit Master Plan. So we are looking to actively expand that over time. So it is possible that we will be looking at over the next few years.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and I will, that's
Thank you very much. Committee members, I have 4 councillors yet to speak on this. I'd ask, it would be helpful if you could make your questions concise, and to the administration, if your answers could be concise and to the point, that'll help us get through the day. Councillor Stevens.
Thank you. Love the report. It normalizes how we make everyday services and infrastructure in the city more accessible. So I think that's a real benefit for us. I guess my first question would be a follow-up to the employment aspect. Where in this work plan do we see a review of occupational requirements that aren't just about accessible hires, but changing what is a requirement of a particular position to make it more open?
Who's taking this? Jay. Okay. Hi, Jay, can you?
Yes.
Thank you.
Through you, the chair. I believe where you would find that, Councillor Stevens, is there's a reference to some advances and changes to our return to work guidelines that include accommodation processes. So we have a robust team currently of health and wellness specialists that support individuals that are ill or injured in the workplace that are known to us. They also connect with new hires into the organization through the talent acquisition team to identify and support any individuals that may require an accommodation. It's a rather robust process that supports human rights legislation, duty to accommodate, et cetera. And so I think that that's where that piece is.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Councillor Stevens.
If I could ask it a different way, that's part of it. Part of the report suggests that there might be occupational requirements that are not bona fide. In other words, we can remove standards that we consider to be outdated so more people can actually apply for it. So it's not just accommodating people with disabilities, but removing barriers. Can you maybe be a bit more specific with that, please?
Through you, the chair, there is a component within the report that identifies that our connected work with our unions and associations to look at our positions, perhaps flexibility with hours, duties of work, et cetera, to incorporate and be more inclusive of individuals that may need that type of support or adjustment to our current positions, whether that's job carving programs, that's looking at different job bundling duties, physical aids, et cetera. So that is part of the report and part of the enhancements that we're looking at, and I believe our associations and unions are eager to support us in that venture.
Thank you.
Councillor Stevens.
This is for the consultants as well as administration. can you comment on what the feedback looked like in terms of making construction and capital projects more accessible? For instance, we're going to be doing a lot of work over the years on 11th Avenue. Just crossing the street can be a difficulty for people who are visually impaired or have mobility issues. How is this report and how has the work of administration changed to ensure that people can actually traverse these sites without impediment?
To the city manager. To the consultants. Mitchell or Marco, do you want to answer that question?
I can start, Marco, and then if you have anything to add, then please do. So one of the key things that came up in terms of that feedback was around communication and communicating where construction and particularly sidewalk disruption or disruption near a bus stop was taking place. This includes, communicating using digital methods to let people know where that's taking place, but also notably the positioning of signage to notify people that a sidewalk is going to be closed, or that you're going to have to make a detour to the other side. In a lot of cases, it's located, quite close to the construction site, not at a corner, and somebody using a wheelchair or someone with a visual impairment or, using a mobility device or otherwise reaches that point, then needs to turn back around to go back to the intersection. So that was one of the key findings that was pulled from engagement around that. Marco, anything you want to add?
Just basically saying that, it's about self-empowerment. So by having the communication done in advance for community members and having a clear and consistent place where they could find that communication by way of social media through the city, by way of the city's website, indicating real-time or best to real-time, construction updates where relevant, is really going to allow people before they even leave their homes to identify and make sure that it is accessible in terms of the routes that they would like to go on. I also feel like it's really important to note just the indication of that navigational signage and directional signage that Mitchell was mentioning, because oftentimes as a wheelchair user myself, I don't even see those signs until I get too close to the site, and then I have to turn around, as Mitchell mentioned, by example. And I also think it would be really beneficial for city staff to kind of be aware of where those locations are taking place, and if there happens to be like a community event or a pop-up that is nearby where some of these issues may be occurring, then at least the city staff are aware of those locations, and we can keep a lookout or an eye out for individuals who may require additional assistance or potential additional guidance that wouldn't be indicated through that signage or any of the other information that's provided elsewhere.
Thank you. Councillor Stevens.
Thank you. I don't need administration to get into the weeds on this, but for starters, if we're thinking about sidewalks, there's two parts to this: infrastructure and snow clearing. These are budget items. Clearly it's a priority. It comes up over and over again, and it has for years. And council has actually voted against repeatedly making advancements on this, especially snow clearing. When will we see an opportunity to discuss how this is going to influence the budget? We'll start with that.
Administration?
Thank you. Through the chair, I would say Appendix D is our best start at that.
Okay.
Because what I'm trying to make sure we don't do is try and cram a lot of really difficult conversations about prioritization into 2 days. So what I would say is, look at Appendix D. We've got from now until budget. Administration would be more than happy to have more conversations with council about clarity on that. But yeah, it's really a conversation about prioritization, and Appendix D is where we made our best attempts at doing that with a price tag attached.
Okay. So through the chair, if I could, as an undertaking, as part of that process, one is I'd love to see a cost-benefit analysis of what if we just did something radical like pay city crews to clear city infrastructure with machines like they do the roads, versus having Eric process forms, dispatching bylaw. That seems an incredibly convoluted process. Love the snow angels. But what if he just didn't do that and we actually paid someone to do city work? I'd love to see that in the assessment. The other thing I'd love to see as an undertaking would be, yeah.
You're going to have to move motions on these points. They go beyond undertakings.
Okay, fair enough. Put it out there. You can do the assessment or not. The other would be, I'd love to know as the discussion unfolds, What's the backlog of sidewalks? That has come up in the report. They're impassable. What's the cost of fixing them now versus 2 or 3 years down the road? Years ago, there was a motion to actually fix sidewalks in 30 days. I don't think that's been accomplished. Love to see where we're at. So if we're talking about the infrastructure component, that seems rather important. Just to avoid the motion component, it would be great to see what is the cost of administering the Snow Angels program versus doing the actual work. So whatever you can find by way of detail as the budget discussion unfolds, that would be wonderful. Final question, building code requirements and accessibility. There were recommendations here. We can go above and beyond what the national provincial code requires. What would a gold standard of building code look like if we were to follow the pathway here?
Is this to Shauna? Shauna, I understand that this is to you.
Through the chair, I can start, and then I can perhaps send it over to Kelton. So the gold standard is the Rick Hansen gold standard that we built to. I don't have the specifics on what those guidelines are. That is above and beyond what the National Building Code is. So we do, that is what our goal is when we implement any accessibility upgrades, is to meet the Rick Hansen gold. And maybe Kelton has further.
Kelton, do you have anything to add to that?
Hi, through the chair. From the building standards perspective, we regulate, I guess, both the public buildings, so the minimum standards, but also private industry. So right now, the building code did change for 2024 to quite a substantial, probably the largest increase in accessibility standards. And it seems to be moving towards, there's a CSA standard that I would say is kind of best practice for that, and the building code is kind of incrementally moving closer to that. As a regulator, we would require all new construction to meet those standards that have been enacted for 2024.
Thank you. For clarification through the chair, the Rick Hansen comment, appreciate that. Just to be clear, that's for city infrastructure. We wouldn't apply that to a private commercial or residential property, would it?
Kelton?
Through the chair, that's correct. Yeah.
Why not?
We regulate, I guess, we would typically, construction standards, I'll start over. Construction standards are typically adopted through the provincial bodies, even though the national code models are, constructed, at a federal agency, they are adopted at a provincial level. We as municipalities would regulate to those minimum standards. Those have been incrementally increasing, through every edition of the code. We're ensuring that we're following those for new construction. But we haven't adopted any policies as a municipality, which is, I'd say, pretty typical Canada-wide, to go beyond that. There are some provincial standards on what we would do for existing buildings, and it is a bit of a balance between, the costs that would be on small businesses versus larger, high-cost, larger renovation. So that's kind of where the line is in the provincial standards. It's more based on size when we would retroactively start imposing accessibility standards on existing construction.
Okay, just to be clear, we choose not to pursue the Rick Hansen because we have a balance of interest, but we could. It's within our authority, correct?
Correct.
Okay, that's all. Thank
Thank
you.
you very much, Councillor Stevens. I have Councillor Zakidniak online.
Thank you. So for my first question, it's about that backlog of sidewalk distresses. Councillor Stevens touched on this briefly. My recollection is that we already committed to addressing that backlog and approved the budget to do so over 2 years. So my question is, what was the outcome of that commitment and investment that has already been made? Through the chair.
Mr. Warren.
Thank you, through the chair. So, Councillor Zakiniak is correct that in 2022 and 2023 we had additional funding allocated to our sidewalk concrete distress program to get through the backlog of sidewalk distress repairs. So over the last 2 years, we were fortunate enough to be able to complete about 1,000 sidewalk distress repairs, which is substantially higher than what we were able to achieve in previous years. So we've substantially got through that backlog, cleaning up a few areas of the city that we hadn't got to in 2024. So we can say that we had got through the original backlog. And then moving forward, we do have about a $3.4 million budget annually where we put towards our concrete distress program, our sidewalk distress program, and with a target of about 400 locations per year. So we believe that with our existing budget, we'll be able to at least keep up with the concrete distresses that we come across every year and meet the existing service levels.
Councillor Kidniak.
Okay, so I think you said we did get through the backlog at that time. And so just to make sure I understand, but there is now an additional backlog, is that accurate?
Mr. Warren?
Through you, Chair, Mr. Chair. So the way that our concrete distress program works is we do an annual inspection of all of the sidewalks every year. So obviously as the sidewalk conditions deteriorate, we'll do an inspection, and new repairs are triggered every year through those inspections. So as we complete repairs, we're also seeing new distresses coming into the program. So it's an ongoing program that we complete these repairs every year.
Thank you. Councillor Kidniak.
It was noted though that I think I don't have that recommendation in front of me, but that we should be putting more money toward addressing the sidewalk distresses. And because I think I heard you say that you think we have enough resources. I think the report said we actually need to invest more. Is that accurate?
Mr. Warren?
Through you, Mr. Chair. So with the enhancements that are being proposed in the report today before you today, would be an opportunity to expand or enhance or do more of that work every year. So with our existing concrete policy, we're repairing certain distresses that meet a certain threshold or criteria for repair. If we were to be successful in receiving additional funding, we could be achieving more repairs annually, and quite possibly working with the accessibility community to help identify where some of those additional repairs might be in most need. So that would be the intention of some of this additional funding.
Councillor Zakiniak.
Okay. And I think it's page 2 of the report mentions that an accessibility lens should be utilized when identifying parks for renewal. My take on that is that so the question is, does that mean that if there is not an accessibility feature at a park, like there's no accessibility currently, that park would have higher priority than a park that needs renewal, but currently is at least accessible? Is that what that's intended to mean?
To the administration, who's to take this question? Shaylee, go ahead.
Through the chair, yes, that's correct. Council will be considering our Parks Master Plan next month, and you'll see some recommendations related to improving accessibility through that. But as we undertake audits of our parks, we would certainly include accessibility as a component.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Okay. So it was mentioned that the Appendix D has the cost summary. I just wanted clarification. Is this a preview of what administration will be recommending for the 2025-26 budget, or is that still be determined? Like, is this the numbers that administration will be bringing forward?
Ms. Anderson.
Through the chair, I would say it's the numbers to the best of our knowledge today. If there was changes to it, we would let you know.
Councillor Zakiniak.
I think I just have one more, which is on the actual plan. There's a part that talks about procurement. And now I'm struggling to find it, but it said something about reviewing the sustainable procurement policy and the potential impact on accessibility of that policy. I think it was something in relation to if that policy is a barrier for companies owned by folks with some level of disability to, so if someone could clarify that for me, that'd be helpful.
Ms. Anderson? Ms.
Shayna Stock, please.
Thank you.
Through the chair, yeah, there is an action in here to finalize and implement the sustainable procurement protocol, including ensuring an accessibility lens is applied to the review of all proposals. So that's that sustainable procurement protocol is already on its way to be implemented. And it already includes an accessibility lens, so it's mostly about making sure that like reviewing it as it's implemented and making sure that accessibility lens is robust enough. And so it would be my area in community well-being, working with procurement to review that as it's implemented and make sure that those barriers are reduced through that new protocol that's already underway.
Thank you very much. Are those your questions, Councilor Sidney? Thank you very much.
No, thank you.
And the mayor.
The guy next door.
Oh, Councilor Findura. No promotion there, John.
Yeah, the guy next door. To you, Chair. First of all, great work on the accessibility plan. That's been a long time coming to everyone involved in this. Accessibility taxi service and transportation, central scheduling and dispatch. I know that's just a few words in here. I would probably presume that this will come back somewhere in the near future on a deeper, more robust discussion on how we're going to deal with that. Could someone give me an update on that?
Through the chair, that'll be Dawn.
Dawn?
Yeah, through the chair, the accessible taxi program is scheduled to come back to executive committee on May 15th, so you'll have a lot more detail then.
Thank you. Councilor Findura.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. And the next one is disability awareness of securement and training for drivers. In that training, how many individuals that have taken that education to be able to train, or do we bring an outside trainers to train on the securement, Mr. Chair?
Who's to take this? I don't know your name. Ms. Griffin.
Through the chair, for conventional transit operators, we have an in-house training program, and every transit operator that's hired is trained in securement and sensitivity and awareness. For paratransit, typically we have brought in an outside trainer through the Neil Squire Foundation, and they have conducted that sensitivity training and awareness. And in addition, they do the in-house securement training. They have to have a certified Q-Strength trainer on staff, and as well, there's a requirement in the contract for them to complete Securement 101 training through the Q-Strength company. So that's both, hands-on and online training.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. One more, I'll be done. This goes back into training again. It's more to do with, I would say, I'm maybe saying wrong, service dogs. Because I think years before we had difficulties where the drivers we didn't know what situation they were in. They could be afraid, or do we have that ongoing too? Is that part of within the securement and all that training about how we go about our business?
Ms. Griffin?
Through the chair, that would be gone over on a very high level for both conventional transit operators and paratransit bus operators, as we do regularly see individuals with service animals on both types of buses.
So thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'm good. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Findura. Councilor Nelson.
Oh, we're not on, okay, I was just making sure. A lot of the questions have been answered. Let's go back to the reel and the parking lot and the parking from Mosaic Stadium. I looked back on my notes. It was October 13th, 2017, I had contacted Real and contacted the city about the parking at Mosaic Stadium. I got elected in whatever year it was, and they said that the parking in front of Mosaic Stadium, where it's the handicap, or the, you know, the disabled parking, would be available for people instead of making them park out by the cooperators. And then the city had arranged some kind of a little scooter or something to bring them up to the Mosaic Stadium. Is administration aware of that, and does administration have a policy around the parking for people to access the stadium? Through the chair.
Through the chair, I will pass that to someone else, but I will also say that the purpose of this report is really to talk about how we prioritize our work. So I'm going to assume that what we're doing for parking in that location has taken a prioritized approach. And is that you, Lori, that would go into the details of it?
Sure.
Okay.
Ms. Shaler?
Through the chair, so I can share what's in existence right now for accessible parking at the stadium, and Mr. May be able to elaborate. So right now we have free accessible parking along Confederation Park, so on the west side of the building. And then we have free accessible street parking by the field house, so along 10th Avenue. And then we have paid accessible parking just south of the field house, so in the parking lot that's used for the field house. We also have a drop-off point for folks who need closer access that's just north of the stadium by elevator in lobby 2. And so that's what's in existence right now. Through our engagement with the disability community, additional parking has not been identified as a concern at this point in time. And so if it remains a concern, then we're happy to have conversations with our partners, including the riders and folks over at Evraz Place. But at this point in time, we're under the impression that that parking has been suitable for the disability community. And Mr. May have more to add.
Mr. May, do you wish to add anything further?
Thank you, through the chair. Director Shaley's captured the current situation, and we do meet regularly with Real, our operator of the stadium, and with the riders about how things are operating during the season, and we haven't been made aware of concerns about the parking, and however, if those are raised to us, we do have mechanisms and forms that we can use to make adjustments.
Thank you very much. Councillor Nelson.
Okay, I guess we can talk about that later. The accessibility, well, first of all, what I want to say is when we know better, we do better. And that's been such a huge thing with the city since I even got elected. And I always say that too. I have a child with a disability. I have an uncle that lived with a disability. There's a lot of things that I don't know. And you guys have been addressing things that I didn't even know, whereas blind and sense. So big thank you, a really big thank you for addressing issues that I never even knew existed, and I've lived this life forever. So thank you for that, you guys. And you've made it aware to people of things that they never even knew. I hear people talking and they're like, oh, I never thought of that, I never thought of that. So thank you for all of that. I think the Snow Angels has been brought up enough. I think we have some answers. I know with my community center, they had suggested maybe that they could hire kids within the community to do the Snow Angels, but they weren't allowed to pay the money now that we have the monetary. But that's something that I brought up, was a suggestion within the Northeast Community Center to get these kids out there and give them, you know, a little bit of money to help them out and stuff like that. So maybe that's something more that we can look into, however that program goes out. Need more funds to upgrade the city facilities. Will this come at budget time, or how will we know that we need more funds? And so how can we address it as council through the chair?
Who would like to take that?
Through the chair, I can start just high level and then I'll pass it off. I mean, any request for additional funds to execute the plan would come through the budget process for discussion.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Is there more detail that you need to that?
I just want to add to that. So absolutely, but you as the city administration and the consultants, you guys are the ones doing the work and seeing what's out there. We don't know what's out there. Is this something that you guys, after seeing more, go, oh, you know what, maybe we should put more money, like, when will we know that? Will it be at budget time, or is this kind of the numbers for right now, and we're okay with the progress and that we're making these city facilities based on all the feedback that you've done to the chair?
Through the chair, yeah, I would say this is what we have for now, and if we did modify it, we would try and give you that information in advance. The additional work that I requested for administration to look at as we move towards a budget is to frankly better articulate the impact of the choices. So I thought of it kind of like a menu with the costs associated, and the one thing that we're still working on is to make sure that as much as we can, we're articulating the impact. Because if you can't do it all and you have to make some choices, I think it's important that all of council knows exactly, what it will do and estimate of how many people will benefit from the improvements.
And to go from that is, I mean, the life safety. Is there buildings within and structures and things that we have come up with through this plan that are life-saving devices that we're missing or lacking within our city facilities, through the chair?
Yeah, through the chair, I would agree. It'll be a prioritization. I'm not going to speak to what that is. I've left that with our competent team to work on it. And again, think of it, it'll be a guide. I wish there was absolute right answers and do this 1 to 10, but it will be our best recommendation, and hopefully we'll elicit some good conversation with it, but that will be at budget time.
So another thing, and this is a concern that I had when I seen all these reports coming forward with all these building facilities, and it's like, I'm not going to put a water slide over a life-saving device. I will never be a part of that. But us as council, if there are life-saving devices, and if there are things like, we're talking, the fire breaks out, yeah, now we have fire alarms, but do we have ramps for people to get out in a wheelchair, because they're standing ducks? Before we put any money into any other infrastructure, before another aquatic facility goes up, before anything gets done, that needs to be addressed, and council needs to know that these are things that we need to address, because these are life-saving devices. So that's something that I feel strongly about, and hoping that this, when it comes forward, that it just gets, this is what we need, this is a life-saving, this is so on and so forth. It's not just, oh, we need an accessible bathroom on the second floor, but we have one on the first floor. So that's kind of, is that something that you've talked about? Is that something that's in the report as to, through the chair?
Through the chair, what I will say is at budget time, we will be clear on the matrix that we use to prioritize. So I would expect it would be safety, it would be impact of how many, but again, like, we have not developed that yet. So all I'm going to say right now is when we come, it will be with recommendations that we will be able to say, this was the basis that we made them on.
Yeah.
So that you can be clear, frankly, on how we got there.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We've reached the hour of 12:15. The mandatory break. When we return from the break, Councillor Nelson, you have the floor, and I also have in the speaking queue the mayor and Councillor Stadnichuk. Thank you very much. Lunch. Councillor Nelson. Yeah, I just said, that's just said. Call the meeting to order. Councillor Nelson, you have a question for the administration, I gather.
So I just want to, yeah, okay. Bylaws and accessibility requirements, I'm going to go to the sidewalks and the off-ramps. This is not, and I don't know, I'm asking administration, is this a requirement to build sidewalks with the ramps that go down? Is that a requirement in our bylaw, or is that just a thing we do? Or does it need to be? I don't know.
Go ahead. Or whoever is on. Who wants to take this? Mr. Warren.
Thank you, through you, Chair. So in our design standards, we do when we're renewing or constructing, we will build it to current standards, and pedestrian ramps are absolutely a requirement when it comes to that construction. However, we do recognize there's many intersections or radiuses, corners in the community that weren't built to that standard. So as part of the work we do is when we're doing renewal activities and construction activities, we'll renew those to existing standards. And for example, in 2023, we renewed 66 different pedestrian ramps. So, and we typically average about 50 every year. So through our existing programs. What this plan has in front of you is to do just do more of that to get those standards updated.
Okay, and I just wanted to be clear, because I wasn't sure if it was a bylaw thing that we had to change, or if that is a standard and that we're just, as we move on, we're doing it that way. So thank you for clarifying that. I want to talk a bit about what Councillor Stevens had talked about with building buildings up to code and why we can't and why we don't, or can we implement it to private sectors. I'm going to go back to the Globe Theatre that came to us, and they upgraded their city facility to be better than code standard at a cost of $400,000. I'm just trying to figure out if the city, so when people are upgrading their facilities or things like that, is there a requirement, say, like, as a taxpayer and as a person, so that you bring it up to code, that's the standard it has to be at, do we allow for more money to bring it past code through the chair? Or is that what we do as the city? And I just flagged it because the Globe Theatre had done that and I'd never seen that before.
I don't think there's a discussion about the Globe.
No.
But I think it's a discussion about how the city decides the standard to which it wants to upgrade buildings.
Yeah, and who, so if I decide that I want to upgrade my building better, am I allowed an extra $400,000 to upgrade it better? Like, is there a standard, or is there, how do we determine that through the city, through the chair?
Ms. Anderson?
Through the chair, I will probably pass that question along, but I would say, I mean, frankly, if it's your building owned by Councillor Nelson, and Councillor Nelson wants to upgrade Councillor Nelson's building beyond the minimum, and Councillor Nelson wants to pay for that, then that would be great.
Yeah. But I'm talking, as a taxpayer.
I'm answering the question as though you are the building owner and you want to upgrade beyond minimum specifications. We would absolutely love that, and as the building owner, you would pay for that.
Right. So what I'm kind of asking is, as a city-owned building, and as a city that's paying for the upgrades, is there certain buildings, like, for example, the Globe Theatre that was past the standard and there was $400,000 allocated for that to bring it past the building code standard? Why did that place get the upgrades of the extra upgrades to make it more accessible versus a different building by the city?
I'm going to rule that question out of order.
Why?
Because this is not a discussion about the Globe Theatre.
I'm using that as an example,
It shouldn't be
Councillor
used
Hawkins.
as an example.
Okay, then I won't use it as an example, but that's the only example that I have to use it to, because I don't know any other I'm just trying to figure out, why do some buildings go above code and we pay for that as taxpayers, and some buildings don't go above code, they go to code, and we as taxpayers pay for it? That's what I'm trying to figure out, through the chair.
I could take this one. This is Shayna. I think they might be trying to find Shauna, but I can speak to start. I think what she said earlier and what I know about what we do with city facilities is that with new facilities, we are aiming for Rick Hansen Gold. So that is way above what building code requires. So I think we are already with new facilities doing that, and there is the adapted rec capital plan in place that was already approved prior to this plan to bring some of our existing recreation facilities up to that standard. So I think that answers your question, but if you have follow-ups, hopefully Shauna can get back here soon.
Councillor Nelson, do you have anything further?
Yeah, I just wanted to know,
You've got 20 seconds.
I just wanted to know which buildings get to have better standards and which buildings don't, through the chair. Is there a metrics?
Through the chair, I would say that Shayna Stock answered that question is in the build specificities. I can't go probably every new building that administration has built, but it's about building new buildings to the Rick Hansen standard and then prioritizing upgrading our old and aged infrastructure to actually meet the minimum requirements per the Rick Hansen program.
Thank you. That's exactly what I wanted to hear. And I'm going to just say this again because I want to make this. So when we're upgrading city facilities, like we did with the Globe Theater and helping them out, we're upgrading them to the Rick Hansen. That's what we're doing now for the upgrades is we're trying to bring them up to the Rick Hansen Gold when we're upgrading them and when we're building them, through the chair.
Through the chair, yes, but the Globe is the Globe's building, is it not?
Yeah, I don't know.
So it's not, like, that's not actually, and I believe it was about a staircase, and we're talking about like all sorts of accessibility, so I don't, like, I'm not sure how to, if I've answered what you're looking for, but that's the best we can do.
Because they had told me, they said, well, instead of having one doorway that's accessible, they had all of the doorways, which is great. That I'm not complaining about that, but I'm just saying that, is that kind of where we're going when we're upgrading facilities? That's where I was trying to get with this.
Thank you, Councillor Nelson. The Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you. Through the chair, in terms of the sidewalk list, I think Mr. Warren had answered that 1,000 had been done and a normal is 400 scheduled. How do you determine the priority of those? Are those tied to service requests or senior home locations, or how do we determine the priority of our sidewalks? Mr. Warren.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. So our concrete distress policy identifies that we would repair distresses based on severity. So once they're inspected and rated, the deficiencies, they're categorized and rated between 1 and 10. So on our Group A sidewalks, which are our sidewalks that are, our connections to schools, to transit, adjacent to arterial and collector roads, those sidewalks, we would repair distresses rated 1 through 4. And then the remaining sidewalks, which would be our Group B sidewalks, we would repair those distresses rated at 1 and 2. So once we've got the rating, we'll go out and systematically move through the neighborhoods and repair all of those distresses based on the rating and the distress policy as we move through the neighborhood.
Okay, thank you for that answer. And a well-defined. Does this accessibility plan, does that change what our policy might be in terms of prioritization?
Through the chair, so I believe we have a section on here where we talk about reviewing criteria for prioritizing sidewalks for inspection and repair. So this would be absolutely something that we would be looking at doing as we move forward. Is there, do we look at our current policy around sidewalk repairs and ensure we're incorporating that accessible component, the accessible criteria, and perhaps enhancing the level of service that we want to achieve in any given year. And that's where that, with the plan, the way it's laid out, that was kind of part of the process, kind of part of the thought process is that if we had additional funding, we could possibly enhance what our current level of service is.
Thanks for that. I just know that I did a tour of a seniors facility in Councillor Stevens' ward a few years ago, and that was one of their major concerns. I know downtown here went to another one, and it's the curb cuts. There's no on-ramp for, I know we've just put one in front of the YW building, and so that idea that, you know, folks in walkers and wheelchairs are able to get into where they live. So I'll leave that. If it's under review, that's fantastic. Do we have a list of the outstanding sidewalks for repairs?
Sorry, through the chair, was the question, do we have a list of sidewalks repaired or that are in the queue for repair?
In the queue, both. Well, you would, because if there was a list, you would know what you picked off.
Through the chair, yes, we do track the locations that we've inspected and where the distresses are and what their ratings are, and this is something that drives our program every year.
Okay. I wonder then, in the future, if that list gets shared on a more public basis, but more specifically with the project team, that they wouldn't then assist in that prioritization, just in terms of lending it, it's because we're not going to get to them all in the year anyways. It's taken a little bit longer than was originally pegged for, but would that make some sense? Would that be how you see this working?
Through the chair, yeah, absolutely. So I think when it comes to any of the either existing programs that we have or the one, you know, some of the ones that we're looking to enhance, I think the engagement with the accessible community is critical. As we may already be doing things like that improve accessibility, maybe there's an opportunity just to prioritize when we get to a location, or, you know, if we have a choice between, you know, this criteria or this severity or this severity, you know, which is one that would most enhance the accessibility of a location or a business or whatever the case would be. So I think that would be critical to incorporating that into our current and future programs.
Excellent, thank you. I have a question. I think this is for communications. I found this one fascinating. When survey went through the types of barriers that exist, the highest ranking one in one of the lists was attitude. Does anyone have a comment on that? It was page 63 of Appendix A.
The administration.
To Ashley.
So Ms. Stock?
Yes. So yeah, part of what we're doing with this plan to address attitudinal barriers is staff training. So we are working on developing training on disability awareness that will be distributed to all city staff. And so I think that's one thing within this plan, but I don't know if Ashley has more to add on attitudinal barriers.
It's Ashley speaking. Through you, Chair. One of the biggest things that we've found with individuals in the disability community is that we focus on the physical barriers, but a lot of the time the biggest barrier for individuals with disability is that there's an attitudinal barrier. So, you know, there's still a lot of stigma around disability of all kinds, and so when we were doing that survey, that was, you know, one of the main things that kept coming up.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Name, if I could ask you a follow-up question. You recently started with the City of Regina?
Yes.
In terms of onboarding then, how is the onboarding process for you coming into the City of Regina?
That's a loaded question in a public place. We have a lot of work to do when we look at accessibility and then disability, attitudinal barriers, you know, those kinds of things. And so there's been some challenges, but I think as an organization, we've begun to kind of look at accessibility and disability in a wider lens, more than just an elevator or a ramp to a building.
Okay, I appreciate that. So in terms of the plan, when it comes to training, like future training for all employees to have onboarding as it relates to sensitivity or even understanding of folks with disabilities, that would be a key component as it relates to the employment perspective here.
Yes, for sure. We have a a disability training, a level 1 that we're currently working on for around disability and accessibility awareness, really focusing on the foundation of giving people the information that they need to be a truly accessible and inclusive workplace.
Okay, excellent, thank you. Curious, what is the percentage of employees that identify with a disability at the City of Regina right now? Tamara will be answering.
Through the chair, it's about 5% currently.
Okay, and I do realize that when it comes to, sometimes you have to self-identify, and so that can create a lower number. Do we have a target that we've set in terms of, because I can see in employment there's carving out, again, follow up to Councillor Stevens' question, carving out or everything from recruitment to understanding how we're posting to the actual job description itself. Do we have a target that we're trying to reach? If my understanding is 24.3% of people aged 15 years or greater are identifying with a disability. Do we have a target here at the City of Regina?
So I'll pass that over to Mr. Lamont through the chair.
Thank you, through the chair. So a target set out by the Human Rights Commission of Saskatchewan is 23%, I believe. So we're sitting at 5%. Clearly a deficit there. If we have a target here as part of administration and employer, I would suggest our target is getting better every year and continually improving and looking at some of those gaps, perhaps as suggested with Ashley's experience being less than ideal. We recognize what those are and shore up some of those responsibilities, whether it's through talent acquisition, connection with our health and wellness team and accommodations, et cetera. We have made some improvements. You'll see it's actually listed in here as well in the report to our self-declaration form. So we're making the form in and of itself more accessible, and we're looking at how we're utilizing technology to do that, both when people are applying for a position, secondly, when people have, as part of onboarding, a more robust form to fill out, and then an annual self-declaration. So while we say that we have 5% of our employees, I would suggest that it's likely much higher than that. And so we're looking this year to get a more accurate picture of what that is. And the end goal of that, sorry, I'm going to keep going here, but the end goal of that is really to be reflective of the community. And if that reflection of the community is 24.9%, then year over year, we're looking at getting closer to that. And then what types of supports do we have for individuals when they come to the city to want them to thrive here and stay here as an employer of choice?
Excellent, thank you, Mr. Lamont. I guess I'll go back to the types of barriers where the question was, what type of barriers do you or someone you know experience of the 886 participants? That, again, number one was attitude barriers. Would you suspect then that there's a bit of a bias just inherent in all of us who don't suffer from a disability?
I would suspect that as an employer and as a community, then we wouldn't be unlike any others, where we have opportunity to improve that. And part of our, there's three components of our adjacent EDI framework. One's around talent acquisition, training and development, and also improving our cultural competency. So I would identify in some of the measures that we want to put in place and advancements of improving the cultural competency of all of our employees to have a more inclusive lens, respectful, open, curious, and how to support individuals. Then again, we don't necessarily have a target for that, but to get better every year. And we're putting measures in place through training to get us started on that this year.
Okay, thank you very much. The other question I had was on page 49, barriers of disabled respondents. That it's about the residents accessing programming is the biggest barrier was the lack of information about these services. Yeah, close to 60% of respondents said that there's a lack of information. And it was mentioned, it's noted in the report, that it was mentioned more than the accessibility barriers in the programs themselves, which was the second most common problem identified. What do we make of that? Like, have we implemented programs that it would appear people just don't know about? What's that one?
Shayna Stock speaking. I'll start and then I'll probably pass it on to Ashley as well. Yes, communications was a big focus of what we heard in terms of barriers to programming. We heard it through the Adapted Rec plan as well, and we've started to do some work out of that plan. And I think this is just a good reminder that work needs to be ongoing. So we do have a few actions in here under communications about communicating what we already have more thoroughly, and there's some actions that we're already going to do this year in 2024 and some additional ones coming up in future years. I'll pass it over to Ashley to see if she has anything to add.
Through the chair, the communication problem really lies with the accessibility of the website and the way that we were communicating to the public. And so we are currently working on an accessible communications policy, which would change the way that we communicate and ensure that we're doing it in an accessible way so that everyone, we're removing that barrier so that they can get the information.
Excellent, thank you. Thought I'd talk about that publicly so everyone knew you guys were onto that. My last question is around the budget. If I'm reading this correctly, there's a bunch of existing resources, as in this now layers into just the regular work you do, which is fantastic. 2.2 million in 2025, 3.1 million in 2026, and 2.6 million in 2027. And there was some acknowledgement that there may be some unknowns because full research hasn't been done. Is this new capital or operating money?
I'll take this one. This is Shayna Stock. This is all new money. Some of it is capital, some of it is operating. The ongoing, 2027 and ongoing would all be like ongoing from 2027 onward. And I'm not sure if anyone else has anything to add.
And these budget asks, well, I guess 25, 26. 26 will be a placeholder. 2025 will be up for approval in the next budget. I'm reading this right? I got most Ms. Stock and Mr. Lacey nodding at me. Thank you very much. All right, thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mayor. Online, Councillor Stadnichuk.
Okay, thank you, Deputy Mayor. I also want to commend staff and the consultants for all of the work done on this report. It's so comprehensive and it's very, very good. My question is regarding, there's reference, like when we're talking about the snow removal on city sidewalks and streets. One of the first points there, 2.1, is to conduct a sidewalk plow pilot alongside current road snow clearing. Now, previously when we were discussing the winter maintenance policy, there was a recommendation to do a pilot in the Northwest. Have you reconsidered that location, and maybe there would be a pilot where there's a heavier use of pedestrians using the sidewalk? Through the chair.
Through the chair, thanks for the question. So the reference in 2.1 is referencing the council endorsed work around that pilot project that took place this past winter. Obviously with this past winter season, we had a little bit lower snow than we were expecting, but we did collect a bunch of data throughout that pilot project, and we're preparing to submit that forth to council sometime this late summer, early fall, in terms of what we found, the costs of that pilot, the costs of doing those sidewalks, the service requests we received or didn't receive, as well as the productivity levels in plowing the sidewalks at the same time as we're plowing the streets. So that information is forthcoming, that will also kind of help shape what we might want to plan to do moving forward when it comes to snow clearing on city sidewalks across the community.
Okay, thank you. Something that I did not notice in the report, and there's a reference to like on page 16 of the report, there's a reference to other policies, city policies and plans that align with the accessibility report. I didn't see a mention of Vision Zero, and I know that hasn't been approved yet by council. It will be going to council next week. But I do see a lot of overlap with some of the objectives and goals of Vision Zero and accessibility. One thing I wanted to mention or ask about is, I'm not sure how many we have, but at the corner of Regina Avenue and Albert Street, at the Albert Memorial Bridge, there is the advanced pedestrian light that happens, so that the pedestrian light, if a pedestrian has pushed the button, the pedestrian light goes before the green light goes, so that pedestrians have advance. I see this as not only a safety issue, but an accessibility issue for someone who maybe takes a little more time to cross the street. Is that something, I guess, so 2-point question. How many of those advanced pedestrian lights do we have? And is there any consideration as part of accessibility as well to maybe expand that through the chair?
Mr. Warren?
Thank you, through the chair, Chris Warren here. So you're absolutely correct, Councillor Stanachuk, that through the Vision Zero project and framework, one of the key components of that was to ensure that our construction guidelines and our traffic guidelines are updated to ensure that any future builds or future renewal projects incorporate that Vision Zero lens into that work. Also looking to ensure that that pedestrian and accessibility components are enhanced in our traffic accommodation for construction projects. Obviously, that we're incorporating new and enhanced pedestrian crossing upgrades and installations, and other traffic infrastructure like leading pedestrian intervals and walking speed adjustments and timing. So it is all part of that Vision Zero framework and draft 5-year plan, a bunch of those components. And so absolutely these would be things considered moving forward. When it comes to the number of those walking, advanced crossings, I don't have that number before me, but I can get that information for council at the next meeting.
Okay. And I won't say, I have no more questions. There's been a really good discussion on this, but I do want to say that regarding the snow angels, which was discussed quite a lot, that there is a disabled senior in my ward who contacted the community association trying to get the snow angels, and it was heartbreaking because there weren't enough volunteers, and so he ended up having a fall and breaking a hip. I think that's what it was, but he broke something. And again, just because, we're a winter city, we have lots of ice, and so I'm glad that we're going to be kind of re-examining our policy around clearing sidewalks, and we may still need snow angels to even help seniors or disabled people who maybe can't clear their own pathway on their property. So it might not be, as Councillor Stevens was saying, no, we don't have to invest in snow angels if we're doing the sidewalks, but just to take that into account, that there's still going to be probably people who will need assistance in clearing their own pathways from their house. So again, thanks for all of the work on this.
Thank you, Councillor Stanachuk. Councillor LeBlanc.
In the last couple of weeks, we've had several discussions about what decisions we make to improve accessibility, and then relatedly, how we make those decisions and how we determine. I want to ask a question based off this of how to assess what accessibility upgrades to make in the future, and if the chair will indulge me, maybe with respect to the consultants. So in particular, I understand today and next week we have ASL interpretation occurring. That's a great accessibility upgrade. The question I would pose to administration and consultants is, what kind of matrix ought we to look at? What sort of factors ought we to consider after the 2 weeks are up to decide whether that's a good continued investment in accessibility upgrades. That's just, I think there's great substantive ideas in here. We're going to have to continue making ideas in the future. I don't know what I should consider in that. Can we use the ASL interpretation as an example, and you walk us through that a little bit, through the chair?
City Manager?
Thank you. Through the chair, I will let Shayna Stock respond, but what I will say is I did speak earlier about the work that we're embarking on from now until budget time is creating that matrix so that when we're ready to have the monetary conversations, we will have some sort of a prioritized approach, and we will be very clear on what that matrix is. So I don't know if there is any more to add to that, but if there is, Shayna, please feel free to join the conversation.
Sure, this is Shayna. I'll just add that we do have some budget this year to do some additional engagement around some of the prioritization of these actions as needed. I think what's in the implementation plan in Appendix C is we've already done some prioritization based on community feedback through this engagement. So these, I mean, I think where the investments are showing up in terms of sidewalks, snow removal, and transit are the top priorities for community members from what we heard. If we need to prioritize within them, then I think we could do some more engagement and talk amongst, we don't have a specific matrix, but I think it would be a discussion amongst staff in consultation with community. Yeah, I don't know if that answers your question.
Thank you. I might just have one follow-up, and if there's a reply that's useful, and if not, I'm happy to leave it as a comment, which is just sticking with the ASL example, if we take a reasonable hypothetical, which is if this week and next week, people watching this on Access, there are a few who directly benefit from the ASL interpretation. That doesn't necessarily lead to the conclusion that we shouldn't continue it. There's a bit of a chicken and egg problem. Maybe those folks aren't engaging on Access because historically they haven't had this accessibility aid. So what I think that means, if we can stray a bit from the example, is sometimes it's hard to evaluate how to prioritize accessibility upgrades in the short term because it might take a little bit to see the full impact of it. So if anyone has a response to that or any guidance for future decisions, I would appreciate that.
Ms. Anderson?
Through the chair, I would say that anytime we're launching a pilot, we do try and come up with metrics. So if I was to use the pilot that we're doing right now for metrics, one of my questions would likely be for Access Network, how many people are watching council meetings? Or is there a way to track it? Because if it is 200,000 of our residents tuned in every week to watch council, and we're able to estimate how many of those would benefit from the interpreter, that would be an absolute, without doing anything else, that would be really, really good metrics, I would say, to look at. If instead we know that only 5 people are tuning into council, and we know about the percentage of residents that might have hearing impairment, it might not be where we choose to invest it. And so I think every time we're launching a pilot or trying to make decisions, we actually have to think at the forefront about how are we actually going to measure the impact of it, and it'll be different for every one that we're exploring.
Thank you. No, just a brief comment. Again, I think you folks have done a bang-up job, and I appreciate you sharing it while the eyes of the nation are upon us, so thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mancinelli, if you can stand the pressure, do you want to ask a question or make a comment?
I'll try not to break. I'll start out with a comment. Appreciate the report. I think that there's been a lot of thought put into this. Appreciate the delegation's comments. It's not perfect. Everything always can be corrected, but it looks like a really good summary and a starting point. I'm happy to put some support behind it. I'm even a little bit happier to hear that the pilot project was actually a go in the northwest corner. After the recent budget deliberations and some amendments on the floor, I wasn't sure if that pilot project actually made it through the changes or not. I had seen the tracks in my area cleaning up sidewalks, and I wasn't about to say nothing and wreck it, so I'm glad to hear it's actually on the books and proper, especially for the first half of the meeting not being mentioned, so really happy that followed through. Thank you. My first question, looking at the total costs projected through 24, 25, and 26, I see that 2025 is projected at we'll call it 2.2 million. Just for working numbers, we'll call that 0.7 of a mill rate, $3 million mill rate. If this was to gain approval in 2025 and that 0.7 was correct, does that mean in 2026, over and above the 0.7 in 2025, we would need an additional full mill rate to achieve the plan? Or does that mean in 2025, we'd get the toehold of 2.2 million and we'd be over and above adding to it to bring it up to that 3 million yearly spend? It's kind of confusing because it's both operating capital and it's entwined.
Mr. Lacey?
Through you, Mr. Chair. So my understanding is that, like the numbers before you, the total was 2.1 for 2025. So that would be in the base. And then in 2026, it's 3.1 million. And so the incremental amount's about a million, 1.1 million.
Okay, so 2026 onward, we wouldn't have to make a $5 million pool and then let it build from there. It would be that total of 2.6 million ongoing
correct.
forever.
Once you got your base built in 2 years, it shouldn't change that much.
Okay, appreciate that. And just because it's too easy to be liked, so I have to be hated. I noticed that there's 100,000 2024 cost still in there. I know that a week ago we spent many hours talking about accessibility to do with a water slide, and through that whole conversation, we talked about $175,000 for hours. And it didn't seem to be earmarked or talked, and I don't remember these costs being talked about in that whole conversation when they seem entwined to me. And I just know this is going to come through at budget time. I just wanted to point out, I think it would have been really relative to make a point that there would be an ask coming through in a week or two that would affect that whole conversation that day. That's information as a counselor I don't have access to. And when we're deliberating and making decisions like that, especially when they're a little bit, out of the ordinary, this has repercussions on the rest of that budget. And I think that would have been really pertinent information in that meeting while we were having considerations. So I just wanted to flag that for a second. That could lead to a hard conversation again. That's why I made my comment. I hate to even bring it up, but I think it's pertinent, so I had to say it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mancinelli. I see no further committee members wishing to question or introduce discussion. I'd like to ask the mover if she'd like to close debate. Councillor Bresciani.
Much. I just want to say again, I think we've all said it to council, to staff, also to council who has pushed this forward as well, and to the consultants. This is, I think, a great Regina news story. Unfortunately, we don't have any media here. That's just how it works. But I hope it is acknowledged at council. This is it's a game changer for our city. And I think having a corporate accessibility plan, it is the foundation as we've talked about. And I think, again, it comes back to moving forward, nothing about us without us. So again, genuinely thank you to all of the staff and everybody who pushed and worked on this. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Councillor Bresciani. Mr. Clerk, would you please arrange the voting?
Deputy Mayor, the motion passes in a vote of 10-0 with all members present voting in favor and Councillor Moll being absent from today's meeting.
Thank you very much, Mr. Clerk. That moves us to EX 24-28, 2024 Special Events Grant Allocation. First deadline. I understand that Ms. Bryden will introduce the report.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, sir. Councillor Finjera.
Mr. Chair, I will excuse myself. I'm the president of the Regina Multicultural Council. I will step out.
Thank you. When we finish, we'll make sure that you're notified. Bryden, we'll just give people a moment to shuffle in and out, in and out. Go ahead, Ms. Bryden.
Thank you. Good afternoon, and through the chair. The city's Community Investment Grant Program is used to fund and partner with community nonprofit organizations to deliver programs and services to Regina residents that align with city priorities, have a clear community impact, and respond to community needs. One of the grants available through the Community Investment Grant Program is the Special Event Major Funding. Funding support ranges from $5,000 to $50,000, and it's for nonprofit organizations that are producing events that build community pride and spirit, such as local events that promote the values of citizenship and identity on Canada Day and National Indigenous Peoples Day, or one-time and first-time events that celebrate, preserve, and enhance Regina's identity by commemorating notable people, places, and events, symbols, and 10th, 20th, 25th, 50th, 75th, and 100th anniversaries, or reoccurring events that have an established history of City of Regina's service support for items such as transit. The purpose of this report is to seek approval to fund Regina Canada Day Committee in the amount of $35,000 for Canada Day Celebration 2024, Regina Multicultural Council up to $40,000 toward transit services and associated security for Mosaic, a festival of cultures, based on actual costs for transportation and transport security, and the Circle Project Association Incorporated in the amount of $15,000 for the 24th Annual National Indigenous Peoples Day Community Celebration. And with that, we would be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. Can I ask if a committee member is willing to move the report? Thank you very much, Councillor LeBlanc. Go ahead, questions, comments?
Thank you. I actually don't have anything to add. I think it's sensible recommendations to fund in the way that administration is recommending. I think in particular, at least on my read, maybe I'll ask for clarification. My read is that the Regina Canada Day Committee, Inc. is recommended to get most but not all of the funding they requested from the city. So I'd just like to clarify that through the chair.
Ms. Shaley, is that the person I should look to?
Through the chair, that's correct. We're recommending that Regina Canada Day Committee receive $35,000. It is slightly below what they asked for. When the adjudication committee looked at this request, they did look at the financial statements from last year as well as plans for this year, and noted that last year they generated a very small profit. So the committee did not feel that it was necessary to recommend an increase in funding. They also did note that last year council gave an increase of $10,000, which we've carried forward to this year.
Thank you. I think that's sensible adjudication on those grounds, and also that, as I understand it, there are 2 further filing deadlines for funds of this sort, and so sort of if we blow all our money now, there's none left later, and that's an issue. So I think it's very sensible recommendations, and I'm happy to support it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor LeBlanc. Mayor Masters.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Through you, I just want to follow up. Was there any carry forward in this account from 2023?
Through the chair. So we currently have $28,000 in the reserve related to these special events. I will note, though, that that's been accumulated over years. Last year, I think for the last 2 years, we actually had 4 applications. We typically receive a couple of applications related to truth and reconciliation events. And so I'm just looking for my notes. I believe last year council allocated $123,000, so the full amount. In 2022, you allocated $157,000 for events, and so the amount in the reserve is carried forward from a few years. This is a very cyclical program. In some years, we receive lots of applications. In other years, we receive these 3, and so there is value in having a small reserve.
Okay. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Mayor Masters. Councillor Bresciani.
would like to ask staff, so after it's all finished, they submit receipts, and then we ensure that where the funds have been spent, so if it's security, we would want to see the invoice of what they received, or how does that work, just to ensure that we're being transparent through the chair?
Ms. Shaley?
Through the chair, so we don't receive receipts for everything. The Mosaic is a bit of a unique situation, but with Canada Day and Circle Project, the funding is contributed to their full events. So they can use the funding however they wish to, but we do receive financial statements after the event, along with various data that's outlined in the appendices related to participation, artists employed. So we do take steps to ensure that the funding was used as it was intended to use to deliver on the event. With Regina Multicultural Council, the funding is targeted specifically for transit services and security on the buses. And so in that case, we would ensure that the funding that we provide will be based on actual expenses, up to a maximum of $40,000.
Okay, thank you. So that's, through the chair, security on the buses.
That's
I thought it was
correct.
over and above. Okay,
Correct.
so that's clear. Okay, no, I think now, just to, on this, if there was a community that wanted to host an event that was cultural, is that the same type of, like, is that qualify as, or does it have to be a citywide? I just need, I was asked that question.
Through the chair, I always recommend to groups to reach out, and we're happy to have a conversation. We have several grant programs. It might qualify for this one, but it might qualify for our culture stream within the Community Investment Grants Program. So we have staff who are always happy to meet with organizations before they prepare a grant application to ensure that they're putting together an application that makes sense.
Okay, thank you very much. That's all I have.
Thank you, Councillor Bresciani. I see no other committee members wishing to speak. Thank you very much. Nothing to close. Clerk, could you please call the vote?
Deputy Mayor, the motion carries in a vote of 9-0. All members present have voted in favor, and Councillor Findura has recused himself from this discussion.
Thank you. And has someone gone to get Councillor Findura? We'll just wait a moment. The next item is EX 24-29, Regina Property Tax Bylaw 2024 and the Education Property Tax Bylaw 2024. And with Councillor Findura returning, thank you, Mayor. I'm going to call on Mr. Lacey to introduce the report.
Thank you. Through you, Deputy Mayor. So City Council is required to pass a bylaw annually, setting out the mill rates and established property subclasses and applicable mill rate factors. These mill rates and related items have been either previously approved by Council or, in the case of the Education Property Tax Act, by the province or the Regina Catholic School Division. This report consolidates this information and then instructs the city solicitor to prepare the Regina Property Tax Bylaw 2024 and the Education Property Tax Bylaw 2024 for future council approval.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lacey. Can I have a committee member put this report on the floor? Thank you very much, Mayor. You have the microphone.
I'm good.
Very convincing. Anybody on council or committee member wishing to speak to this? Seeing none, no reason to close the debate? Mr. Clerk, could you call a vote, please?
That's quick.
Deputy Mayor, the motion passes in a vote of 10-0.
Thank you very much. That takes us to EX 23-100, Municipal Land Development Delivery Options. Can I ask Deputy City Manager, Mr. Lacey, to introduce the report?
Yes, through you, Deputy Mayor. So this report before you today was a result of a motion made back last March as part of the Catalyst Committee report. And this report came forward to Council in November and was tabled to today's date for discussion. Back in March, Council had directed administrations to explore creating a municipal land development corporation, which this report addresses. I'll maybe ask Mr. Jedlak just to provide additional comment on the report and some of the work that's currently being undertaken in the city with respect to development of city lands.
Good afternoon. Based on administration's research, including a jurisdictional review, we recommend that development of the city land assets continue to be delivered within the administrative structure of the City of Regina, and that at this time, a municipal land development corporation not be created. Based on the jurisdictional scan, deciding on what vehicle through which land is developed is secondary to understanding the guiding principles for the management of city real estate assets. City administration is in the final stages of completing the previously funded investigations into the feasibility of developing the city's major land holdings, and we are now creating a land development and disposition strategy for city land and real estate. The strategy is intended to provide clear direction to administration as to how city lands are managed. If land is developable, it will guide how it is developed. If land is to be sold, it will guide how it is to be sold. It will consider council's strategic priorities as well as its commitment to truth and reconciliation, and it will consider whether the priority is maximization of development profit, supply of affordable lots, investment in city building, or most likely how priorities can vary by asset. Developing the strategy will include consultation with mayor and council, with industry, and with Indigenous communities, and it's expected to be complete and back in front of Executive Committee in the next 3 to 4 months. So we're excited to establish and then execute on the direction provided by Mayor and Council, and we're available to answer any questions Council may have.
Thank you very much. I'm looking for a committee member to put this report on the floor. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor Masters. Questions, discussion?
I do. So last year it was in the Catalyst report, but council remembers it was March of 2022 when we had the folks from, this is now 2 years in the making, and I actually think it's 12 years in the making if I understand correctly in terms of whatever. Mr. Jedlick, the status quo is not acceptable, to me at least. I'm not sure about my council colleagues. And so this stays for the time being in-house. What's the different, what's going to be different 6 months from now when, or I guess 4 months from now when you come back to us with an update on the MLDC work you're doing?
Through the chair, I believe that the first, and this would be through discussion with other municipalities, it's imperative for administration to be able to execute, on a land strategy, that they have clear direction from council. And so the goal is within a very short period of time here to gain that direction, and that would allow administration to then execute on that direction. From an economic development standpoint, I look at land as something that can be, either developed or held if appropriate for holding long-term, but I'm particularly interested in getting underutilized land into production because it generates economic activity, and more importantly, in terms of city operations, it generates property taxes on existing infrastructure that's already in place that the city's already maintaining. And so I believe that is my view and shared in terms of an approach to this. And so the work that is just wrapping up in terms of the assessment of these major land holdings by the city is actually quite valuable in terms of providing guidance as to whether the risk in developing the land is appropriate, or whether it's something that perhaps be sold or retained for future time when service and capacity might be available. But that work is wrapping up and allows us to move forward.
Okay. So within this report, financial impact, there's no financial impacts. So in terms of the modeling, we got a couple graphs here, and frankly, they were the advantages, disadvantages from the 2022 information. There's no cost associated with an MLDC. There's no, essentially, we don't have a look at two models, how the one would work within the city or how the one would work external to the city. Is there a reason for that?
So,
Mr. Lacy? I was just identifying you for the interpreter.
Sorry, through you, Deputy Mayor, I was just waiting for the light to go on. So some of the work we had done around the costs of setting up an MLDC, from an operating perspective, it was estimated at approximately 1.9 million a year. About 1.2 million of that would be in salary and benefits. The rest would be in consulting services and office support. So that is on the operating cost side with respect to setting up an MLDC. With respect to the capital activity of the MLDC, you'll notice that in many of the other jurisdictions we looked at, the city made an advance or a loan to the MLDC that actually would be on the kind of the capital side of the equation to allow them to make investments into the land. That's a piece that we have not done a lot of work around, but we acknowledge that if there was an interest in going with an MLDC, that would be an additional cost that would need to be identified. And that might be in consultation with the actual board if it was established about what they saw they needed as capital.
But to that end, if we got a piece of land that we could take to market right away, you could use the funds from that to set up an MLDC, in theory.
So
in terms of funding, yeah.
Sorry, so you, Deputy Mayor. So if we had land today, I think one of the things that we would need to look at doing is to transfer that land to the MLDC so that it's on their books. If there were any development costs, servicing costs, et cetera, which we know are a challenge with especially some of our brownfield developments, that obviously the MLDC probably would need some type of capital funding to make investments into servicing of the site that would allow development then to occur.
Thank you. Mr. Jedlick, you had said in very short order, what was the strategy you wanted to develop?
What's been referred to as a land development and disposition strategy. And the land development component would be how we move lands forward in development. The disposition strategy would be if there are any lands the city or wishes to dispose of, what is the process to do that quickly and fairly and get them to market? Because there are certain, like the city is involved in residential land development, but we don't undertake anything like commercial, and we don't go vertical, so we don't build apartment buildings. And so if we simply have an asset, an empty building that has no sort of value to the city in terms of strategic need, what can we do to dispose of that, to get it out, so it's available for somebody else in the marketplace to put it into production, start generating property tax and economic activity.
How long are you thinking in terms of pegging when you could be done the strategic framework for land development and disposition?
The goal is within 3 to 4 months to be back in front of council. Right now it's sort of targeted in July.
Okay. Of 2024. And then in terms of proceeds, land proceeds, because to your point, some might go back into infrastructure, but some might go to acquire other land, which I think is a little bit of Saskatoon's model, is they use some for reinvestment and some they release into infrastructure development, whether that be brownfield or a community park or whatever the heck.
Through the chair, I think there's been some very interesting conversation with other municipalities. So the City of Saskatoon is in-house, it's not a municipal land development corp. And they have, their operations for land development. Proceeds from that go back into their land development reserve. And then from there, a portion of that will go back up to City Council. It's like a dividend to the owners that they can do with what they please. But they have a reinvestment strategy. So they acquire land in the RM to ensure that they will always be in that business. And I think that's a very wise strategy that they employ, knowing that they've made a commitment to being in greenfield land development. City of Edmonton, which is also an in-house branch, they have different types of assets. So they have their greenfield assets, but they also have infill projects. They will make money on their greenfield residential land development and then reinvest that into their infill projects, which aren't necessarily going to return a financial yield on the real estate transaction, but do return a yield to the community in a sense that they're putting an underutilized asset back into production, generating property tax. And that's, I think, the unique aspect of being a city, is that we aren't required to look at real estate transactions as just a one-time transaction where you're making your money on the deal, because we have an interest in what it does for the community. We have an interest in the property taxes that it then generates. So
I agree. So what do you call that second piece of that strategy? The
disposition strategy?
Well, there's the land disposition strategy,
Yeah.
but what about the money that comes back in?
Reinvestment strategy. And again, I think that is something that we'd be looking to gain, direction on from mayor and council, through this process.
So you had those pegged for July, so even if they're a month late, they would be coming in August. How about that?
Yes.
Do you like how I just gave you a holiday right there? But would both of those strategies come back at the same time?
It's a combined strategy. It would be looking for guidance on basically the handling of all.
Yeah, so in terms of this report then, I don't see this. I don't see this as I think it's still outstanding. Yeah, and I don't know until you have that, because whatever you develop could be just moved outside as the framework for how an independent organization would work, correct? Or a arm's length organization would work.
Through the chair, it could be. And I think whether it's established as a municipal land development corp or in-house, those guiding principles are still really what fundamentally has to be established first.
Yeah.
And the vehicle can be looked at, second. And I don't have a depth of understanding on municipal land development corporations, but, City of Calgary, where it was employed was in a specific geographical region where there was, the city had to step in because of the major infrastructure requirements for that area. And so overall, the strategy is, the city has a variety of land holdings, be it from greenfield to infill, and so the idea would be having a strategy that looks at each of those.
Mm-hmm. So within the report on page 3, it says, City of Regina has been involved in the development of city-owned lands for many decades, used an in-house model to manage land development. What have we developed in-house?
So through the chair, we don't necessarily develop in-house in the sense that we hire a third-party manager to develop, and that would be the towns in East Regina. Prior to that, the city had developed Ross Industrial Park, and there may be other land, but I believe those are the two that were sort of major and stand out to me.
Mm-hmm. A long time ago, we were involved in something, weren't we? That's a Googleable search in the news. Okay, I'll cede the floor, but I look forward to these two strategies coming back in tentatively July versus August, but I don't have an in-house model here. There's not a model. There's been a shift. So there's no model presented for what it looks like in-house. So, yeah, I'll leave it be there for now.
Thank you. Councillor Stevens.
This very issue has been fiercely lobbied against by private developers for their own self-serving interest for years. And I think it's derailed EDR and the city advancing it. So I'm glad it's actually here before us. Just to wrap my head around this, we're working on the strategy, and basically what you're telling us is wait until that strategy is developed, but for the time being, we'll have an in-house model. But when that strategy comes forward, then maybe we can have a better conversation about how we manage the strategy that you've developed. Is that a fair assessment of what's being asked for?
Through the chair, yes.
Okay. I understand, there's multiple different options, but if you've referenced Saskatoon as an example where they manage it in-house, one of my concerns would be in terms of resourcing, that priority can shift based on budgets and could undermine the capacity of an in-house operation to succeed. How do they maintain their independence and focus on that strategy? So is there an independent director and staff that go with it? And is that then more cost effective than having a third-party organization with a board?
Through the chair, I could start off, and Mr. Lacey may wish to add to it. My understanding of their in-house branch is they do have an independent director and a team that works under them. And in my discussions with them, they've also said it's a business that's evolved over 70 years. And they've gone through highs and lows and sort of figured things out. And they've got it to a point where now they have a well-defined strategy. It's quite predictable, their model. They're very good at what they do. They have a reinvestment strategy. And so but that is something that it's a business that's evolved over 70 years. And I think whether, I think in terms of the city of Regina, where it really has to start is with the principles and what, council is looking to achieve with its land assets, and having that direction and focus and being able to implement. How you guard against how that may shift into the future. I think if something is successful, there's probably a desire to keep it, but I guess there always is a risk that a future council comes in to shift. But, Saskatoon, I think, has guarded against it by being successful. So, and
Mr. Lacey, you want to add to that?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, I just might add a couple of other comments. So obviously they are, as Mr. Jedlick has indicated, a much larger organization that's been established over 70 years. So they are kind of a separate department within the city of Saskatoon. The reporting structure is very similar to the reporting structure here. It actually reports up to through their chief financial officer and into the city manager, into council. I would note that just like us here, they every once in a while revisit the whole notion about whether they should continue to have that internal or external. And my understanding is in the last year and a half, their council did revisit that matter regarding whether they should convert their operations into a municipal land development corporation, and for various reasons decided to keep it in-house. They have the similar issues as well with an in-house operation, separating that regulatory role and the land development role because of what you've indicated with respect to the private sector involved in land development as well. And so they've kept those two roles very distinct, similar to what we have here. But I understand one of the other things they do is that periodically they have an independent person come in and actually do a review of the land development activity and provide some assurance publicly that there is separation between those two roles. So they've actually layered in, I would say, another feature into their operation where they have a third party come in and attest to the fact that their land development activity is separate and apart from their regulatory activity.
Thank you. Through the chair, not being in the development industry myself, I'm subject to lobbying pressure all the time. Policies are shaped by the industry. They tell me things, assume I'll just take it for granted. I would see value in having it in-house, and that our regulators could actually better understand the industry and call BS when someone comes to the delegation here and starts saying things about city policies. is that a fair assessment that we might actually be better equipped as regulators to better understand how the industry functions if we had staff and expertise in-house actually managing the development as much as the regulation? Is that a feasible outcome?
Yeah, so through you, Deputy Mayor, maybe I'll comment, and Mr. Jeffak, if you have anything additional. So I think there is some truth to that, just because of the fact that you have, I think there's always that importance of keeping the two separate. I do think you gain some additional knowledge of business. The only thing I'd have is I think it works two ways. It's just not about the private industry saying that the regulations are too onerous or whatever. I do think it provides a flip insight as well about, are the regulations too onerous actually as a city developer, and perhaps that regulatory arm can benefit by an inside perspective, so to speak, even though it's separate and apart. So there is some value, I think, there, that when you talk to others and we look at it internally, there is some truth to that. But I would just argue it works both ways.
Thank you, that helps. I'd be prepared through the chair to step in camera for this next question. So just tell me if you'd prefer that route. Currently, are we adequately staffed to advance a land development strategy? Or, would it just be about rearranging employees in the current operation, or would have to think about adding more folks to an in-house operation?
Councillor
It's comments about employment, so I'd like to know your thought on that.
Councillor Stevens, you're asking me for a ruling on the basis of that question as to whether we should go in camera. I think that's a fair request. I'm going to make a ruling, and I remind committee members that they can challenge that ruling, and that's fine too, and vote on it. So I'm going to move that because that involves some evaluation of city employees, an employee matter, that it would be an appropriate matter to be dealt with in camera. So I'm going to rule that we should go in camera on that question, but I'm also going to say to committee members, they're welcome to challenge on that if they feel I haven't made a correct ruling. So is there a challenge on that? No. So, Mr. Clerk, do I need a motion on that to move? So I'm going to move that we move into in camera on that question. Oh, clerk reminds me, he's right, more appropriate, Councillor Stevens, that you move the motion.
Yeah,
To go in
I'll
camera.
move. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Any opposed? Thank you. We'll go in camera. Can I go home? Thank you very much, Mr. Clerk. I call the meeting back to order. I note for the record that no decisions were taken during the in-camera session. We're now at legislated time for a break at 2:30, so I'll adjourn the meeting till 2:45. Thank you very much. please. Councillor Stevens, you have the floor.
Discussion we've had here on the floor, as well as some employment-related matters. My request would be that we refer this back to administration to return, partially redrafted report along with the strategy document that's been promised. Of course, if there's other councillors that want to ask questions, I would certainly welcome that, but my intent would be to put a referral motion. I think Amber has it. Yeah.
You're
I'll move
moving it? There's normally no debate on a referral motion. I want to ask the administration whether they understand and have noted the substance of Councillor Stevens' referral motion, whether it's clear they have questions.
It is clear.
Thank you very much. Mr. Clerk? Yes?
Can I?
Yes.
Okay, so all this is doing is, because you guys had said that you're gonna come back to us in July or August, we're just adding to it from what we discussed in camera? Is that all this intention is, Councilor Stevens?
So we're not doing anything with this report. We're basically going to have it come back with their strategy document. So we can have this conversation all over again, but it would be aligned with the strategy that we're going to build between now and the end of July.
Just want to check, Councillor Bresciani, are you comfortable with this?
I am. Can I just ask for one, I was just going to make one point.
Yes, make it.
A couple years ago, we had asked real estate to do an assessment on the city lands to see for engineering, to get them ready to be serviced. Could that, if that report is ready, could it come, because that would help us, inform us as to the state of those, would that be fair, if that's ready?
Through the chair, that will be included. That work is just wrapping up right now and will inform the strategy.
Awesome, thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Mr. Clerk, could you please organize the vote?
Sorry, Councillor Hawkins.
Yes, is it?
Councillor.
Yes, Councillor.
Yes, sorry, I missed the meeting coming back. Can I ask, is it still possible for me to ask, administration one, I guess it's a referral motion, I can't ask a question unless it's clarification, is that right?
That's correct.
Yeah. Okay, that's okay.
Thank you very much. The vote's been called.
Okay, we'll take a voice vote.
We'll take a voice vote. Councillor Stevens, I'll start with you.
It's just Councillor LeBlanc.
Oh, sorry. Councillor LeBlanc, can we record a voice vote from you?
In favor.
Thank you very much. Have you got everybody else? Councillor Nelson? Thank you.
Deputy Mayor, the referral motion is passed 10-0.
Thank you very much. That moves us to a resolution for private session, and I'll ask for that resolution. The private session will be 10 minutes long to allow the chamber to be cleared. So first of all, can I have a motion for private session? Thank you very much. Any objection? Secondly, can I have a motion to recess the meeting for 10 minutes until 3 o'clock? Thank you very much, Councilor Findera. We're in recess till 3.